Don't you agree? What's that? Of all the fictional complaints, family law is the absolute worst.
Yeah, that was the area I knew I could never even touch.
Sure. Try to remember the words.
It's hard. I might have one there for you.
Oh, good. Yeah, I want lyrics. Oh, no, it says here that Director Searles is doing it. Oh, no, that's Audit Committee, sorry. They put an agenda in front of me, but it's minutes, actually.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Rossmoor Pickleball Community Meeting, Rossmoor Community Services District meeting. Can you hear me out there? Yeah.
Not that loud.
They can't hear me. We'll try that again. Can you hear me now? Do I dare say the joke twice in a row?
Sure. No.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to start our meeting tonight. Mr. Mendoza, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Director Searles?
Here.
Director Nickman?
Here.
Director DeMarco?
Here.
And Director Barkey is absent tonight, and President Rips.
Here. Director Nickman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please rise. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So first on the agenda, Mr. Mendoza, we are going to do a recognition of our Rush Park troubadours. Are you guys here? So can I go down and come on up to the podium? First of all, what's your name? Mitchell. Mitchell. Jeffrey? One more time. Gilby. Nice to meet you. I'm not even going to try, but nice to meet you. Fernando. Nice to meet you guys. Just want to, on behalf of RCSD and the entire community, thank you so much for coming out and playing the music all the time. It is amazing. I was here last Thursday and really enjoyed hearing you guys. And just want to show our appreciation. We have actually a shirt. Every one of you will get a shirt, but they're ordered right now. So who wants the first one? There you go. Our leader, okay. And then a hat for every one of you also are from RCSD. Just really appreciate your dedication, and you add so much to our community and to the parks when people come out here. So thank you. Keep it up. We very much appreciate it. Yes, you can applaud.
Thank you so much for letting us be a part of the park.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure. Our pleasure.
I'd like to thank the district for having us here. I'd like to thank Joe Mendoza for encouraging us to play regularly at the park, and for the district staff, Nolan, Omero, Chris, and all the others who have helped us and supported us while we love to play music in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Going? Yeah, we should go.
So next, we're going to have a presentation from our Orange County Sheriff's Department Commander Brent Benson and Captain Gary Knutson are here to present the quarterly crime statistics and discuss deployment standards and response times in Rossmoor Community Services District. Just also want to say that we're going to, I'm getting feedback again. We're going to move up you guys hear the feedback? Okay. The traffic safety update and the street sweeping update right after your presentations, because I'm sure there's going to be questions that dovetail into all of that. So welcome, and if you guys would like to join us at the podium, that would be awesome.
Good afternoon, or good evening. Just wanted to say thanks for having us. Wanted to introduce myself too. My name is Brent Benson. I'm the commander for North Operations. So underneath me, Captain Knutson falls with the unincorporated areas of Orange County. I have Stanton, Yorba Linda, Villa Park, and some other areas outside of city contracts. I wanted to acknowledge...
Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
I'm gonna mute this one.
Sure. How's that?
Figure we're going to give you enough feedback. We might as well not have it come from the microphone.
It doesn't turn on. Just need to disconnect it.
Barkey does. That's why he's not here.
Hello, testing.
Take up?
Thank you.
Do you want to use either one?
Okay. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, obviously, the captain's here to make a presentation for you all, kind of explain police services. We've had some issues that have been brought up, and I just want you to know that when you have issues, there are issues. We take them seriously, and a lot of times when people have issues, it's difficult to look at ourselves and see what we're doing right, what we're doing well, and what we could be doing better. But obviously, we've taken a hard look, and I know that the captain met with one of your residents and talked to them. But there's obviously things that I think we could do better, that I expect to do better, and we're going to do better. So that's really all I have to say before I give it over to the captain. But you can expect us to do better. We will do better. We had to look at our operation, make a couple rudder taps, and move on. So hopefully you've seen the car in your neighborhoods a lot more lately, and that's what we're looking to keep doing. So, but I'll give it to the captain, and he'll be able to explain our deployment model and some other features that we have going on.
Somewhere weaving, and I appreciate you coming tonight, and thank you. Just somewhere weaving in the presentation, I'd like to hear maybe a little bit more in depth of what doing better actually looks like for our community.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be this moment, but just somehow it might come out in
Well,
captains, but I just want to make sure that we hear that.
I think one of the things we're going to try to do better, and I've already talked to the captain, is have a bigger presence here at your Rancho or your Rossmoor meetings. I worked South County for a long time, so every now and then I revert back to our Southeast operations, where I actually attended the civic council meetings for Ladera Ranch. So I'm familiar with this type of meeting, but that's one of the directions we want to move into, is having the captain attend these meetings on a monthly basis, just so he's here. Another thing that we worked on with Joe is we're working on having a working station here at Rush Park where the deputies can actually do work. And now there's some connectivity issues on our end, but it would allow them to write their reports here, because a lot of times in the car we've moved to a paperless system that doesn't work very well, so sometimes they end up migrating back over to the station to complete those reports. But I think if we had the report station here, it would allow us to spend more time here, and they wouldn't be forced to go write reports over in the Stanton sub, which is where they deploy out of. So just things like that, and I think the captain will explain it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having us here. I appreciate that. Normally we do the activity report, which would be the third quarter activity and incidents that occurred. I've sent that also as well. I also have a PowerPoint presentation. I can do both. I can do this one first, and then we can decide if that's something you want to move on to. That one's pretty standard. It goes over the number of calls for service we've had, the number of reports we've had. That's what we do on a regular basis. Definitely willing to go over it. We can monitor it for time, whatever you choose, sir.
Okay, I think that this is a very big issue for our community, so I'm apt to give you plenty of time tonight.
Okay, thank you. So this, the purpose of this PowerPoint is just to try to maybe clear up some misunderstandings, give the community, the board of directors, understanding of the North Patrol operation as a whole and how it relates to and affects the community of Rossmoor. Okay, because there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle here that I think need to be, recognized and considered as we take a look at, the Sheriff's Department policing deployment in the Rossmoor community. So just a little overview. North Patrol, so that's what the bureau that I oversee. It covers all the unincorporated areas of North Orange County. It's about 70,000+ residents. There's 37 of these county islands. They're little pockets of unincorporated area. Some of them are, quite a large distance away from each other, which kind of plays into some of the logistical issues that we are faced with on a regular basis. You can see the cities that are adjacent to these county areas. There's a map I'll get to in a second. Here you can see that. So pretty much the patrol area for North Patrol is, for the most part, everything north of Irvine. So you see all those yellow pockets. Those are all the county unincorporated areas. We also are responsible for they're not really communities, but the unincorporated areas of Silverado Canyon, which is the gray section, kind of the middle right portion of that picture. So Silverado Canyon all the way to Lake Forest that runs through there. And then at the very top, Brea, there's an unincorporated area up there off like the 57 freeway in Tonner Canyon. So that's part of our area of responsibility as well. For the most part, the way our bureau is deployed is if you were to kind of imagine like a diagonal line from the top right to the bottom left divides that square in half. And we refer to it as the west side or West County, and then the east side. So the east side, which is going to be your Tustin, Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, the Silverado Canyon areas, those patrol units come out of the Santa Ana station in headquarters right by the courthouse downtown there. For the West County area, which is the units that cover the Rossmoor community, they're responsible for all those yellow pockets on the left side of the map there. So you'll see all the way at the very top, there's a little tiny one, kind of where it says Fullerton, the top left corner, that's La Mirada pocket. The patrol units that are responsible for the areas over here, which is Rossmoor, Midway City, Anaheim are the three main ones, are also responsible to respond to the La Mirada pocket. If you've ever tried to drive up Beach Boulevard at any time of the day, but particularly 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, 2, 3 in the afternoon, you can have an understanding of, hey, the travel time it takes to go back and forth to those locations. So that's an overview, so we have a little bit of understanding of the resources and how logistically challenged we are sometimes in getting to all those particular pockets. So those are governed by LAFCO. As you know, LAFCO is the organization that I'm not sure what that is, but so LAFCO, governs city and corporations, and up until this changed in 2019. Prior to 2019, there were actually 41 of those islands, so a couple have been incorporated into other cities, so which is good. Okay, if you go to the next slide for me there. So focusing on the West County deployment, we have 18 positions, 18 deputy positions that are allotted for the west side of the county. That includes sergeants that supervise them. The only station we have is in Stanton, so that's where their equipment's at, their vehicle's at. That's where they go in service and out of service at. That's, for lack of a better term, their home base, okay? So if you look at this area, there's 3 distinct beats or patrol areas. Beat 6, which includes Rossmoor. The deputy's also responsible for Bolsa Chica wetlands down at Pacific Coast Highway and the ocean. Rossmoor is allotted 6 deputy positions. Beat 8, which is Anaheim, primarily La Mirada, again 6 deputy positions. And then Beat 10 is Midway City, Miles Square Park, also has 6 deputy positions. Say 18 because 18 positions because there's 3 shifts. There's a day shift, swing shift, and a midnight shift. If we have all the staffing to fill all those spots, then there would be 18 deputies, assigned to this side of the county. So we use the department uses an allocation model that basically goes on the number of calls for service in an area. Okay, so that determines the number of positions we get for each area or a contract city for that matter. Okay, over an 8-year period, that's the block of time they use to average. So that's 3,204 calls that Rossmoor averages over that 8-year period. Based on the formula used, that equates to 4.83 deputy positions. We currently have 6 deputy positions for Rossmoor based on what we decided to put here to cover those 3 shifts. 2019 was the highest call volume in that 8-year period. Even if you did the math, 3,817 calls would equate to 5 deputy positions. Okay, so like I said, we have 6 allocated for here at this point in time.
Can I'm a little confused. The 6 is for the whole area, including Stanton and the whole patrol beat, not just Rossmoor, right?
6 is for, well, it's 6 deputies, and I don't want, it's kind of confusing, but beat 6, which
Right.
includes Rossmoor, has 6 deputy positions
Right.
allotted for it.
Okay.
Stanton is a separate, that's a separate contract. They have their own dedicated deputies. The deputies just, that's their home station. That's where their equipment's at. That's where they deploy in and out
So
of.
beat 6 includes Rossmoor and what else?
Bolsa Chica wetlands.
Okay, which doesn't get very much.
Doesn't get a lot of calls, but we're still responsible to drive down there and make sure it's safe, right? The other thing with that, if you can go to the next slide there. Before I go on to this one, I wanted to say, you know, those 3 beat positions, they're also responsible to assist each other. And we've discussed this before. If on day shift in the daytime, there's 3 deputies working Rossmoor, Anaheim, Midway City, and all those other areas. If the Midway City deputy is tied up on a call for service, and the Anaheim deputy needs a follow unit, a backup unit, the Rossmoor unit is the closest unit to go. And that happens both ways. The Anaheim deputy gets pulled over here when there's a 2 deputy call in Rossmoor. So it's a give and take, back and forth. They support each other. They overlap responsibilities, okay? So if we look at some contract cities as a comparison, the city of Villa Park, which is in our operations division, probably fairly similar population-wise. They pay for 4 deputy positions. That's 1 day shift, 1 night shift deputy. Costs about $1.2 million a year. Laguna Woods, which is your next closest, they pay for 5 deputy positions, $1.6 million. So that's how the contracts work, a little differently. Mr. Mendoza had asked, he sent kind of a list of questions and concerns, and one of them had to do with like the last 3 years. So this is a 3-year review. Again, we used 8 years. That's how we do the position allocation of an 8-year average. But in the last 3 years, this is our calls for service, and you can see, you know, the Anaheim area gets a large volume of calls for service. They have the same deputy allocation as Rossmoor. Midway City and Rossmoor, fairly comparable calls for service. Midway City's, you know, depending on the year, a little more. And then those other areas, you know, the La Mirada, we also cover Mile Square Park in Fountain Valley, you know, Bolsa Chica wetlands, so that's their calls. So you can see this, there's we try to balance out how many deputies there are and where they're assigned to, so we can be responsive to each of these areas based on the volume of calls that we get in that area. This is again a review of the calls for service. It's kind of hard to tell. So this is 2019, 20, and 21. So we break it down in 2 different types of calls for service. So an assigned call for service, so if you look at 2019, 1,667 assigned calls for service. That's when a resident, someone in the community picks up the phone, calls us and says, hey, I'd like to have a deputy because, you know, my mail was stolen. That's an assigned call for service. That's a deputy being dispatched here to handle an incident that's reported by a community member. The other number, the observed, 2,150, those are self-initiated activities. That's deputies doing traffic stops, patrol checks, citizen assist throughout the day. So that's really an indicator of really how often or how many different incidents they're in the community on. 2020, as we know, was, kind of anomaly for a lot of things because of COVID. The department, like a lot of places, made adjustments because of COVID. We really kind of directed our staff to, limit contact as much as possible, obviously, because, none of us were really sure, okay, where is this going to go? And we handled a lot of calls via the phone in that time frame. So the numbers there are a little kind of off the norm, but I think this just kind of portrays, maybe to a certain extent, kind of some equity in the amount of time the deputies are here in relationship to assigned calls for service, to observed calls, self-initiated deputy activity. These charts represent calls by priority. So we have 4 different priority types of calls. Priority 1 being the most significant. Those are where it's an active, say, violent crime in progress, or life-saving measures are needed. Those could be, priority 1 call could be a person having a heart attack and we're responding to assist the fire authority. Okay. Priority 2 is the next level down. Those can be crimes in progress as well, depending on the type of the crime. They're a little less significant. The distinction, I guess, priority 1 and priority 2, priority 1 calls are pretty much always going to be that code 3 response. Those are the ones that we're, really trying to hustle to get to. If you can just see from the different communities, I know the sliver of the pie is kind of small in all of them, which is good, I guess, because we don't have, the less priority 1 calls we have, the better. They're the most significant types of emergencies. But Rossmoor had 55 priority 1 calls in the 3-year period. Anaheim had 210. So you can see there's this kind of pull between the different little communities as far as the types of calls for service. Any questions on that so far? I got a lot of information. I don't want to get too far ahead and not answer any questions you have.
When you pull, so on these priority calls, so can you go over quickly some examples where you're going to pull this beat 6 deputy away from Rossmoor or Huntington Beach on a car? Certainly a priority 1, but what other types of calls? And again, I've asked you this before. It's like, I think the community should know how many times a month that this occurs. So it's how many times a month. Well, my first question is, what pulls them out? Does priority 1 through 4 pull them out of Rossmoor, or or just priority 1 and 2 pulls them out of Rossmoor?
Well, for the most part, your priority 1 and 2s are probably primarily always going to be a 2 deputy call. Okay, so that's going to require a 2 deputy response for those types of calls. So if it's occurring in Anaheim, the intent would be dispatch is going to generally request the Midway City car first because they're generally closer. Like I said, if the Midway City car is unavailable, if they're at the jail, if they're at the hospital with the suspect, then it's going to default to Rossmoor.
Does the watch commander call that, or
No,
does the
the
deputy?
dispatchers handle that.
The dispatcher. So
And
the
that's-
deputy doesn't make that
It's based
decision.
on unit availability. So, I think we've kind of understood it to be that Rossmoor has a car. Like, that's not really the proper verbiage to describe it. Rossmoor is in the beat area for beat 6. The car is not the Rossmoor car. The Anaheim, the car that works beat 8, which is primarily Anaheim, it's not the Anaheim car. It's not specifically just for Anaheim. They cover this whole geographic region of the west side of the county. So they're not required or, ordered to, stay here their entire shift. It would be, quite honestly, impossible based on the number of personnel we have for them to do that. They're going to have to leave to go help out other deputies.
Do you pull, and I'm sorry, I know you got a lot more information, but do you pull deputies away from Stanton on a priority 1 or 2? Let's just say in Midway City?
It depends, but yeah, they will. Stanton will assist us on calls and vice versa. A couple of the pockets in the Anaheim area border Stanton, so there is a lot of crossover in units there with them assisting.
Does the city of Stanton audit that?
I do not know the answer to that, no. I don't know. Did I get everything? Because I can't feel like there was
No,
more,
I
but-
got a
okay.
bunch of questions.
I'm sure you do, sir. And that's fine. That's what we're here for, to try to clear the air and answer the questions and give, everyone an understanding of, hey, how the deployment works. And we are trying to be responsive to the, the needs and the wants of the community, but, I think it's important that the board of directors and the residents understand the makeup of what resources the sheriff's department has to deploy here. It's not limitless, unfortunately. Yes, sir.
So this might be a much bigger and more complex question, but I'm asking it anyways. I guess I want to understand what the relationship is between the sheriff's department and the cities that are close to all these pockets throughout Orange County in terms of service to those communities. It seems incredibly challenging, to say lightly, and perhaps very ineffective and inefficient to try to have the sheriff's department serve all these different pockets when there are police stations from the cities that are neighboring. When I was looking at all the yellow islands, there's big cities around there with police departments. I think every one of them had a police department. So what is that relationship and working relationship in general? Why aren't those pockets just some sort of internally assigned to those other stations that are close by that can give quicker and easier response, so the sheriff's department is not spread out or over in one community and not able to be in the other community? And what happens when they are pulled into those other communities? So it's a complex question. It's got layers, but
Yeah, it's a complex answer. I don't know that I can answer all of it. I can provide some insight based on my knowledge. So first and foremost, each city has its own jurisdiction that's defined legally. Okay, so the city of Los Alamitos, the city of Seal Beach, they have, a defined boundary of an area that they're legally responsible for. They're not legally responsible for the unincorporated community of Rossmoor. That's the responsibility of the county. Okay, so they probably don't want to take on the responsibility of an unincorporated area. Just speculating on why they're not going to provide law enforcement for a community that's not theirs.
So I think I can answer that. So,
can you use the microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
so I think you look at the unincorporated areas that are surrounded by the cities. So those unincorporated areas, they pay into the county, right? The city, the citizens, or the residents of that city pay taxes. They they have those police services that are intended to cover their jurisdiction, correct? And so I think the expectation of those residents is that those officers are going to serve that city, as opposed to going out into the county where that city probably isn't generating revenue to pay for those police services. As far as like going out to help, so out in La Habra, if there was a priority 1 call and our units were very far away, we could ask La Habra PD to assist us, which happens at times. So just like, I did primarily most of my contract police work in the city of Dana Point, where the city of Dana Point paid for a certain amount of officers based on the level of police services they wanted. Was there times when I went into Laguna Beach to go help them out when they had an emergency? Yeah, during the Montage shooting, I went and answered calls the entire day there because they were taxed with their resources were taxed and they needed our help. But generally, that's the expectation of those residents in that city is that they're paying for those police services, so they want those police services to stay within their city. Does that answer your question? And I think there's an avenue, for different police services, to contract out with with other agencies, like if you wanted to contract out with Los Alamitos or Seal Beach, I think there's avenues for you to do that, and that's probably best explored by your council. So,
It would be nice to know, though, just for us residents, what actually the contract, so the cities have a contract.
Right.
Okay, and it's paid by the city, by the citizens, right, by taxes. So our county contract pays the county, through the county, Orange County Sheriff. So it would be nice to understand the actual contract.
There isn't a contract, sir. So you're confusing, a city like Stanton is an independent
Understood.
entity, and they contract with the sheriff's department to provide law enforcement, so they don't have their own police department. By statute, the sheriff of the county is responsible to provide law enforcement services to the unincorporated areas. And the Board of Supervisors gives the sheriff a budget, says, here's what we're providing you to provide services to the areas you're responsible for, and then the sheriff,
And there's no oversight.
well, yeah, there's oversight. I'm not sure
Well,
what you're, the
the
Board of
ci-
Supervisors
the-
provides the oversight
Okay,
of
so,
the sheriff's department.
okay, so the supervisors provide oversight. I mean, certainly not tactically, right? They don't tell you how to.
No, they don't tell us how to
police.
run the day-to-day operation,
Okay.
but
They don't tell you where to, and
So-
what I'm getting at, I want to understand our exposure, okay, being unincorporated, and what our expectation is from Orange County Sheriff. Just I mean, I appreciate, and you gotta understand, we all have families here, they're very important to us, I have neighbors, very important to me, my community's very important to me, so it's just, it's, I don't mean to come off as being negative, or debate you.
No, you have
I just want to
questions.
understand the complexity, and this is very complex, being an unincorporated island. I would hate to be that La Mirada unincorporated sliver. At least we have, 10,000 folks here, and we have a car that is here most of the time. But I just want to understand that, so there's this contract that is funded by the Board of Supervisors, by Orange County, and it says, it's this contract, you guys service all these islands as you see fit, pretty much, right?
So I want you to know, your residents are important to us too. Your families are very important to us. We have families as well, and we want to provide you the best service that we can. The way that works out is the county gives the sheriff an allotted budget, and the county allows the sheriff to allocate his resources as he sees fit. So right now, you're receiving like a county police services, that's county model police services. So, but it's totally on the sheriff to deploy his resources as he sees fit based on the budget that he's provided by the county. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. I think what it tells us is it becomes who complains the most, who's the loudest, who has the most calls, which is, I guess, right. But again, the incident we had in Rossmoor last month, again, I appreciate, Commander, I appreciate you coming here. Appreciate, I like what I'm hearing. I'm sure the residents like what you're telling us, an increased presence. But, we've been kind of pushing this for several months, if not several years, to have more of a presence. That's why I've asked for, I just want to know just what's our exposure because
I think
again,
it's
if I'm
difficult.
a bad guy, stealing catalytic converters, breaking into homes, attempting to break into homes, I just wait for your deputy to leave, Rossmoor, right? So, and that's not a good feeling. So,
I
it's just,
understand your concerns. And I understand your concerns about the call the other day. It was You know, it was difficult to listen to, and there was a number of factors, and I can't make excuses for any of them. I can't tell you that any one of them were right. It needed to be different. We needed to do a better job from.
Are you able to explain why one of our neighboring cities weren't called in to help, like you said you could do?
Based on the call, it didn't reach that level. So it wasn't something that we would have normally asked for that resource. So that's why it didn't reach that.
It was incorrectly placed as a lower priority call, is that correct?
Not only that it was incorrectly placed as a lower priority call, but it wasn't a crime in progress. That doesn't mean we don't want it. Based on the description of what was going on, doesn't mean we shouldn't have got there faster. We should have got there much faster. Our response should have been much different. We've discussed it. We've made, rudder taps with our sergeants, because really, you asked about who determines who's going to be where. You know what? A lot of it is incumbent on our first line supervisors, which is our sergeant, to make sure that we're deploying our resources correctly. And then we have a watch commander up on the hill that also has to pay attention to that. But did we make mistakes? We made mistakes. There's no debating it.
Can you talk about specifically what steps you have taken to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Well, we're making a big effort. I'm making a big effort on my part to make sure that we maintain our area integrity.
Any specific steps? Yeah, specific steps. Not we're making an effort, but
so I can
have you done
look.
Additional training? Have you done additional?
We've done briefing. We've talked to the sergeants. The captain has spoken to the sergeants. Make sure that the cars stay in this area. But like he explained, there's going to be times when the car has to leave, because it's got to go back up that other car, and vice versa. That the cars from the 6 car or the 8 car and the 10 car, they have to come over here, because there's sometimes when there's 2-man calls here, 2-person calls, 2 deputy calls, and they have to send those units over here. So, and he asked about quantifying how often they're here with our CAD system right now, and I'd have to look at it every minute to see where they are, because we just don't have that ability. What we've asked the deputies to do, and what they've done a much better job as of late, is putting patrol checks out. That if they call a patrol check, which it would be an observed call, it's very easy for me to tell how much time they're spending in here. But yeah, I can't tell you if they leave for an hour, because it's not recorded. So we're doing upgrades to our systems, and we might be at some point, but we're not there right now.
So who and how is the decision being made if your deputy needs to leave for any reason, which totally understand?
So
To call Los Alamitos or call Seal Beach or call Cypress and say, hey, there's an issue in Rossmoor and you need to get over there.
So that would be our dispatch calling.
And what's the criterion to make that decision?
It's going to be a priority 1 call that we can't respond to. You know,
So it's only priority 1 calls.
it would be if there's a mutual aid issue here, we would call them for mutual aid. But mutual aid is like a disaster. It's not just to come answer calls. You know.
All right. So,
And they're not necessarily under any obligation to come assist us. And there's been times where it's worked both ways, where, we've called them to come assist us, and they say, we're sorry, we don't have any units available. And they've called us and asked for assistance, and sometimes we don't have units available. We have priority calls happening simultaneously. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 significant incidents going on at once, and the reality is there's only so many people to go around. So, okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. So this is just from 2022, the type of calls for service we've had, and just kind of a breakdown of the percentage. So there's a pie chart, which looks cool and all, but if you look at the percentage, the patrol check, like the commander mentioned, almost 40% of the types of calls we have are the deputies putting themselves in Rossmoor on some type of patrol check. Generally, that's, Yeah, I'll be patrol checking, Rossmoor Elementary School, or be at Rush Park, and it kind of time stamps their presence in the community. Excuse me, so that's the largest one. The next one down is other. That's kind of hard to quantify based on, it's any call other than these ones up here. That's mostly like your report calls. So they're kind of all bunched in that group. So 25% of the time they're here, they're spent handling report calls or citizens assist, that type of stuff. And then you just see kind of the breakdown of the different ones. Parking violations, 12%. Burglar alarms, 6.8. Some type of disturbance. That could be, a loud party. It could be loud mechanical noise. It could be a loud barking dog, almost 5%. Some type of suspicious circumstance. That's someone calling in. Generally someone that they see in the neighborhood that they don't either recognize or based on their behavior think something potentially criminal is going on. That's what that category is. And then traffic stops, 3.48%. That's a self-initiated activity. Suspicious vehicles, similar to the suspicious circumstances. That's be someone sitting in their vehicle. And then a welfare check. So that's kind of a breakdown on the categories of calls that we respond to and the percentage of time that makes up or has made up for 2022 so far. If you could, go to the next slide, please. So the question was asked about traffic enforcement, and this is, again, one of the nuances of unincorporated areas is that there's the Highway Patrol has primary responsibility for traffic enforcement, and that's based on the government code and the vehicle code. Our directive in our patrol operations manual is for deputies to have a citation book, and if they see a traffic violation, they can take action to issue a citation or warning without, hopefully impacting the criminal patrol effort. That's our kind of marching orders, for lack of a better term, for the deputies work in the unincorporated areas. In the cities that we provide contract law enforcement to, we're responsible for traffic. Mr. Mendoza asked about emergency incident planning, who handles that. We have a division that handles all of the emergency incident planning for the county. So any county area they're responsible for, they have plans for whether it's fire, flood, whatever type of natural disaster. On the way up here, I got a notification from them in regards to the bonfire debris flow area out in Silverado Canyon. We had a wildland fire out there the other year. And if there's any rain event, we have to be prepared to respond to help that. So they manage all that and provide us direction and the policy and guidance for that. We do utilize the incident command system, which is a national system for managing critical incidents. It's governed by FEMA, basically, and that puts us on kind of the same terminology, the same structure as federal agencies, and then the vast majority of law enforcement agencies in the nation utilize the incident command system. And then he had asked for an example how that would work. If we had some type of critical incident, we would go into what we call unified command with whatever agencies are affected. So if there was an incident, at the shops right there on Seal Beach Boulevard, that was on the border of Rossmoor, we could probably be in unified command with Seal Beach Police Department, the fire authority, whatever other entity is there, and then jointly we'll make decisions and try to mitigate any risks that are involved based on that situation. There was a question about school threat or active shooter response. We have 2 school resource officers in the North Patrol Bureau, and they're responsible for providing services to the schools. They are working collaboratively with Los Alamitos Unified School District, Los Al PD, and Seal Beach Police Department. We have a tabletop exercise planned for November to go over some of these types of incidents. Generally speaking, by regulation, the school districts are required to have a school site safety plan. Every school district has to have one, and it's provided to the local law enforcement. So any contingency plans that they have as far as shelter in place, evacuation, reunification of students, that's all dictated by the school district's plan, and we help facilitate that if there's some type of incident there. And then what we've done on a broader scale, we just completed this, multi-agency active shooter drill. It was involving a lot of other departments in Orange County. We had 2 separate locations, one in Irvine and one in South Orange County, where we had to simulated different types of terrorist attacks, and a large percentage of our patrol operations personnel from across the department responded, linked up with officers from Irvine Police Department, Newport, whatever other local agencies, because in something like that we would, probably all respond to assist, and went through this training cycle. There was 4 evolutions, so it was about 2 to 3 hours each one, and they would, stop it, debrief the training, and then they would start it again for another group. So we are very active in this type of training. We also have, I don't have it up here, but for the school instance, we have what's called SMART School Mobile, what is it? Assessment Resource Team. So basically those are, it's a dedicated team of a couple of sergeants. It's divided in North and South Orange County, and investigators, they respond to threats. So if a kid posts something online, hey, I'm gonna, do whatever at the school, they help respond and investigate that. So it's a real useful
I can
detail.
talk about that a
Yeah.
little bit. So as part of that, I was the manager for SMART, so it's a wraparound approach.
Can you use the microphone, please?
Sorry. It's a wraparound approach to provide services for the students as well, and also for the school districts, where they use a threat assessment model to go over the behavior, and they determine, hey, is this a matter for law enforcement or a matter for just the school district? And then we work with HCA, we work with probation to provide services for these students. So they're very active. The North SMART team's comprised of 1 person from the Sheriff's Department, a person from Garden Grove, and a person from Anaheim. It's grant funded, and then it has a sergeant. And then the South SMART team has an officer from Irvine, 2 from the Sheriff's Department, and then a sergeant as well. But it's a wraparound approach with a threat assessment model, and we've rolled those out to the districts as well.
Okay, go ahead and move on to the next one, please. Okay, so that's it. We were going to kind of shift gears a little bit, but before I do, get into the street sweeping, were there any other questions or comments in regards to the deployment?
A general question, maybe you can answer, Captain Newsom or Commander Benson. Last month we had Officer Musselman from the CHP here. He said, they've gone from 70 officers to below 50 now in the last, I think it was about 30 years. What is your head count? How does that look from the last, 5 years, 10 years to the present? For
the
this,
CHP?
for you in this, this North, patrol.
So we've lost some deputies, a few positions based on the unincorporated areas being incorporated into cities. So therefore we don't need the bodies that we did before, but I think we lost two. I think we lost a total of 4 deputies.
Okay, so
over
you
the
haven't
years.
you haven't had any just drift down for no other reason but change of territory.
So like the highway patrol, because I think he was here for the August meeting or the September meeting. I happened to watch it. I think that he talked about they're having a lot of attrition due to retirements or people moving on. We have the same retirements and attrition. I think we've been more successful than most because our department seems to be a destination department for people looking to retire. But we suffer from vacancies as well. And, I don't, the highway patrol, I'd like to see the you know, I wonder how, if their officers lowered also, because as the unincorporated areas go down, their responsibilities also dwindle down as well. So I don't know. I don't have any of those figures.
What would it take, you mentioned the 6 officer positions for our area. What would it take to increase that number? Is that a criterion? Who makes that decision? The board, the sheriff, a number cruncher, and what is it based on?
The sheriff makes that decision, and it's based on how he wants to allocate the
He
staff.
gets advisors, obviously, up the line.
So we have a-
How is
so-
that decision made?
So our chain of command goes the captain, myself, I have an assistant sheriff, there's an undersheriff. Our assistant sheriff's Ross Cowett. The undersheriff is Jeff Halleck, and then of course the sheriff's Don Barnes. So that's how, and we looked at the patrol allocation model. You look at, there's a number of factors, there's training factors, there's calls for service, and that's how we kind of look at how many personnel we should have, and our numbers are where they should be. Of course, if you go to, there's other contract cities down in South County that they pay for, because each contract city is kind of different. You might have a contract city that really values having multiple motors work in their streets, and then you might have another city that doesn't have that same value and have as many motors. So they might, you know, the one city might say, hey, 1 motor is good enough for us. The other city might say, hey, we want 5. Another city, they might say, you know, we're good with 1 school resource officer, where another city might say, we want a school resource officer in every high school. So
But we're not a city and we don't have that authority, and
Correct.
we take what you assign. But, yeah, because Villa Park, which is a contract city, I mean, they're half our size, and I suspect their crime rate isn't a whole lot greater than ours.
I don't think they're half. I think-
Yeah,
They're-
they're 5,800 people.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they choose to pay for that based on their budget, I would
Right.
imagine, and based on the, you know, the policing model that they choose to have. The patrol allocation model that I talked about, which, you know, goes to the average calls for service, right? So we did that for an 8-year period, gave us a number, which equates to, based on that, we should have 4.83 deputy positions assigned to Beat 6, which includes Rossmoor. And that allows for, what's factored into that is that for each deputy, we want them to be about 60% of their time is on a call for service, whether it's self-initiated, assigned by dispatch, someone calling in, and then 40% of the time is, for lack of a better term, free time for them to drive around, or they got to write reports and do that kind of activity. So we try to keep that ratio, you know, in those percentages, so that they're able to respond to calls and they're not overwhelmed with calls for service.
Does that 5 officers average 4.83 to 5 in that range? Does that include free time as well? I mean, that's...
Yes, that's, I don't know if the
That's the
battery's dying
60%?
here. That's to keep them within that percentile, 60% on the consumed time, as we call it, 40%, you know, proactive or preventative measure time.
Okay.
Are you happy with the amount of staffing, the patrol hours you have available for these areas?
I can say that I'm happy with the number of officers we have. I think we have sufficient, I know we have a sufficient number of officers. What we need to concentrate, and what I've impressed on the captain and on our first line supervisors, is we have to make sure they're deployed properly. And part of being deployed properly is you have to have your area integrity. You have to maintain your area integrity. And I think that's something that, I know it's something that we need to improve on. I know that based on the changes that we've made, we come back here in 6 months and I don't think we're having the same conversation.
Thank
Anything else, or shall I move on to street sweeping? Okay. Mr. Mendoza.
You might have some, here, allow the public to address, or you want to do that later?
I think we could just wait until the end and then have them all come up for everything.
Okay, it's just an overview of street sweeping. Basically, this is from Orange County Public Works. So street sweeping, it's the EPA says it's best management practice for water quality improvement. And I don't want to speak on behalf of Public Works because this is really their realm. But again, this is from their website. And we do street sweeping to, obviously keep the streets clean, trash and debris, keep it from going into the oceans. There's some federal mandates, Clean Water Act and that kind of stuff that, mandates the county to do street sweeping. Street sweeping, the bottom bullet point there from Public Works, talks about enforcement, as enforcement is, important component of keeping the streets clear in order for the street sweepers to efficiently conduct their sweeping of the streets. If you could go to the next slide for me, please. So what governs us, and this basically what this kind of boils down to is we're mandated by law to do certain things. So the Vehicle Code 22507.6 says that local authorities, the county, can create some ordinance to prohibit restricting for the purpose of street sweeping. And then it talks about no ordinance or resolution shall be effective until the street or highway portion of it has been signed, posted in accordance with the uniform standards. And the signs basically have to be posted in a conspicuous place at each entrance to the street. So that's really kind of the point of contention here, I think, is the signs, and I appreciate the concern for not wanting over signage, and I'm trying to be, consider that and, balance it out as much as we can. What that basically means is that per this vehicle code, the entrance would be pretty much any street intersection. There would have to be some sign, a sign posted that dictates the parking regulation. So if you're driving down the street and you make a right-hand turn, there needs to be a sign there posted that says, hey, no parking these dates and hours for street sweeping this block, because it's not fair to the motor vehicle operator if they park their car there and they don't get it and they get a ticket. So we're obligated to provide signs to educate them on where they can and cannot park. So that's the necessity for the signage. And I know this is a kind of a big shift for the signage that we had here in Rossmoor before, and I understand obviously that's kind of where the issue lies, at least one part of it. If you could go on to the next one, please. So the ordinance that regulates the parking, this is the county ordinance 64603D, talks about the no parking, no stopping anytime, and in Rossmoor, it's for the street sweeping. If you could go on for me, please. So this is actually from the policy for Rossmoor. It talks about, has the responsibility of providing street sweeping services, keep the streets clean, and specifically mentions violations that vehicles parked on the street during the posted hours could be subject to citing. And, thank you. So just to kind of turn back a little bit, 2019, Mr. Mendoza reached out to me about changing the street sweeping parking restrictions. As you remember, prior it was the first and third Tuesdays, and it was the entire community. And I think the issue for the community at the time then was if you live back on Yellowtail or Martha Ann, and you want to move your car off the street, you don't have driveway parking, you have to take it all the way to, the shopping center or whatever, and then walk back home or get a ride. So it was kind of presented some challenges. And this issue had been brought up numerous times in the past, and it was conveyed that if a change was made, additional signage would need to be installed in order for the enforcement of street sweeping. So we agreed to support the change with Public Works, basically to accommodate the request of the residents to have more equitable parking between the odd and even sides, so the whole community wasn't off limits for parking during the street sweeping, so there would be less of a strain on having to move vehicles during street sweeping hours. Next slide. So this is the original resolution in 1983, which gives Rossmoor Community Service District the governance over street sweeping. It was revised. This was past October. It went in effect in January, and that's the new street sweeping hours and times, which I know has been published quite a bit in the Rossmoor newsletter and in your social media and that. These were the existing signs or the prior signs prior to the changing. You can say it's just, oops. It just says no parking, all streets basically at this time. So the new signs, if you go to the next one, that's what the graphics look like. It's specific to odd and even sides of the street. These are new signs that have been installed, so we did start installing new signs. The first phase of sign installation just replaced signs on existing sign poles. So there were no, I shouldn't say no, there were very few, because I don't want to speak for Public Works, very few signs that were newly added. They added signs primarily to the existing sign poles that were in the community. And that was, can you go back please? That was primarily on, Montecito and I always forget the name of the street that comes off Catella at the light there by Polly's Pie. No, St. Cloud's over there. Yeah, Bradbury, and then the one that runs east-west. Wallingsford? Yeah. So those areas were signed first. That was the kind of the denser areas, and then the intention was to just kind of move south to north till we installed signage throughout the entire community. So again, we're obligated by law to enforce street sweeping, and in order for us to do that, we have to have proper signage, and our intention is just to be compliant with the laws that govern us to accomplish what we're required to do.
I think the concern
Yes, sir.
was not specifically the number of signs, although that is an issue, but the consistent enforcement if we have all those signs. And if
I
we're going to
understand
have
that,
all
yeah.
those signs and not have consistent enforcement,
Sure.
it seems it was a challenging situation. So clearly, if we can have consistent enforcement, that would be great. I guess that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I hear you, and I want to talk about enforcement a little bit, because I think there's some things that probably need to be cleared up, especially in the last couple of years. So because we did really on-again, off-again enforcement because of a lot of factors, okay? So if you look at, this is an overview from 2019, if you look at the enforcement. And again, remember, the enforcement, the whole intent of the ordinance and the us being there to do enforcement is that people don't park their cars there, and we don't have to issue citations. If we didn't issue any citations and there were no violations, that would be perfect. We know that there are violations there. We know that we don't get to every vehicle that's there parked in street sweeping. We understand that. Again, it comes down to resources that are available, time, again, to do that. So if you look at 2019, the orange bar is street sweeping citations. It was 721 street sweeping, and then other parking citations. Street sweeping warnings is the gray, total of 943 enforcement actions. 2020, for a large portion of the year, we abstained from doing street sweeping enforcement at the request of the community because of COVID. And that ended up being in all of the county unincorporated areas. We didn't do street sweeping enforcement. The sweepers still went through and did their thing, but we didn't do enforcement because it was requested of us, not only by Rossmoor, but other community members, because, hey, more people were at home. There was limited parking on property. People have to park on the streets. So we try to, work with the community. We don't want to go out and just issue citations for folks when they couldn't move their car. It didn't make sense. So that's why you see kind of the drop in numbers between 2020 and then part of 2021, because there was this changeover in the law. So starting at the end of the year, we started issuing warnings. Once the ordinance changed, we didn't do as much enforcement. We still issued almost 500, street sweeping citations. In 2022, because of the change of the ordinance, we started issuing the warnings that with, working with Mr. Mendoza to put it out on the newsletter, the social media that, hey, the ordinance was changing. We issued 1,000 warnings to folks, advising of the new ordinance. So that, again, the intent is to not have to issue citations. Nobody likes getting parking citations. I got a parking citation on my honeymoon. Long story, we can talk about it later, but it didn't go over well. So nobody likes parking citations, right?
Still married?
Yes, survived that storm.
Still hasn't paid off that site.
We'll talk about that later, sir. But I understand, your point. Yeah, if there's going to be signs, you want enforcement, and we want to do enforcement. We want to be a good partner with the community. So this is a little more granular. I don't know that we need to go through this whole thing, but I hope provide you with a copy of it. You can look at it. This is throughout the month, month by month enforcement. So 2019, which my feeling is that as soon as we get the signage and we're ready to go, that we'll be back to this, doing the enforcement as necessary in these areas. Again, 2020, we did, there was 3 months that we didn't do enforcement. In June, you can see that's when we started issuing warnings again, because we, determined that on July, I think it was the 1st that we went back to doing street sweeping enforcement, and started issuing citations again. Yes, sir.
To me, following up on what Director Ripp said, the key issue in inconsistency is, the whole purpose of enforcement is to try and get people to voluntarily comply with the street sweeping law.
Correct.
That's the purpose. It's not a revenue raiser. It's not a punishment. It's designed to get people to not park their cars so that the street sweeper can work. So the idea of ticketing people who have parked there after the street sweeper has left does nothing to achieve the purposes of the law, and simply ticks off a whole bunch of people. If we're going to have consistent, effective enforcement, it's got to be ticketing people who are interfering with the street sweeper, people who are parking there before the street sweeper has gone there. What is the Sheriff's Department going to do to try and have effective enforcement as outlined?
Well, I'd say first and foremost that, we enforce to the way that the law is written, and the ordinance is written for a time period. And the reason that the ordinance is written for a time period is because the street sweeper times can vary coming in and out of when they come in. They might have to make multiple passes. That's why the ordinance is written for that time. So, our posture is that the ordinance says no parking from this time to this time, then that's where we do enforcement. I think, I understand your question and wanting to follow the street sweeper, but the ordinance isn't written that way. It's written that there's no parking from this time to this time.
Well, but your officers are not RoboCops. They're human beings who have judgment, and they can choose whether or not to enforce. And if the street is clearly already been swept under that car, which is an easy thing to observe, why are you writing a ticket for those people?
I would say the answer to that part of it could be, we don't know that the street sweeper is not coming back. They could make a second pass, right? And there's a lot of discretion. We still issue warnings. That the officers have discretion to issue the citation whether they want to or not. Akin to a stop sign violation. A deputy or an officer pulls someone over for a stop sign violation, they have discretion whether they want to issue a traffic citation or not. And we don't enforce for every stop sign violation, because we can't quite possibly be sitting at every stop sign 24/7 stopping every car that doesn't stop at a stop sign. The whole idea is to hey, you make a traffic stop for a violation, you either issue a warning or a citation, and hopefully that sends a message to not only that driver, but other drivers that, hey, we have to abide by the law. And it's the same concept with the street sweeping. We issue citations during that time period as defined by the law.
I just think, I mean, the law is written broadly because it may take them longer to sweep. But I would think your officers could take a look at the circumstances.
So I think, you know, we are granted PC 4, Penal Code 4, about enforcement. I think for us to sit here right now and tell you that we're never gonna cite somebody that's parked on the wrong side, or on the side of the street that's prohibited, it would be, it's not right for us to do right now, because people could come back to this meeting and say, you told us that you weren't gonna cite when the street sweeper went by, and that would be maybe their defense. If you look at how we operate street sweeping in most of our areas, the officer follows the street sweeper and cites as it goes.
That would be how
But I
we
don't
would
think
like
that's-
it done.
We would love to have it done like that. We,
But do you see how I can't tell?
I
Neither
understand.
the captain nor I can tell you, no one's
know.
gonna get a ticket when they
I'm
park
looking for
on.
a good faith effort.
I mean, I think, you know, the goal of the sheriff's department is not to generate funds. It's not to irritate the residents we serve. But we also can't stand up here and tell you that we're never gonna cite somebody that's parked on the wrong side of the street or on the prohibited side of the street, because that wouldn't be right. But, you know, I think if you look at our manpower that we're limited with, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be
No, it doesn't.
driving around just to cite people.
No, it doesn't. I appreciate that. Thank
So-
you.
and one more thing, Commander. I think that the signage issue has, and I know the general manager, this has been his position all along. If we want fair and equal enforcement, okay, in street sweeping. So, you know, this board pushed this odd and even. And if we are going to put up hundreds of signs, which, you know, I wish we didn't have to put up hundreds of signs, but if, in order, again, what you just told, what Captain Knudsen just said, is we need to clean our streets. It's the law, we need to clean the streets, okay? So we need fair and equal. You know, I can tell you there's a car in St. Albans that never gets moved and there's weeds growing under it, okay? I doubt it's, I don't see tickets on it. So it should, every single street through the course of some short amount of time, okay, of street sweeping, should be enforced. It shouldn't be, and again, I go back to oversight and I go back to who is instructing these officers to come in and to cite a street. Do they just get to choose which streets to cite?
No, they're instructed to cite every street. Now, if you have 4 street sweepers going through the community, we have 1 officer. I mean, do the math, it's not gonna work.
Understood.
If there's 1 street sweeper, then he or she can follow the street sweeper and give tickets. Is there gonna be a card that maybe the street sweeper has to, we've all seen it. I mean, I lived on Fraternity Row in college. You know, the street sweeper goes around, I run out and move my car before the,
But I'm
you know.
guessing that there are areas in Rossmoor, and again, I don't know this as factual, I just hearing it, and you could tell me that, what streets are cited more than others, but I would imagine there are streets in Rossmoor that there are violations that never get cited, but then there are other streets that are highly cited. So we just want, certainly you can't, when it's leaf season, you can't follow 5 sweepers. But, you know, to Director Niddickman's point, it should be fair to where, you know, if you come in late, it should almost be, you know, where is the sweeper? And maybe you might just ask, maybe they just, as they're coming in, they call Mr. Mendoza, maybe he might know. We used to have GPS on our sweepers. I don't know if we still do.
I was
but-
here the other day, I found the street sweeper right away.
Okay,
It's
so-
not the biggest place in the world to find a street sweeper.
I would just say we just want a fair and, even enforcement.
You talk about fair and even. That's why I said no more, until we come to a resolution on this, we're not citing on Montecito. Because I believe in fairness. I believe in equal treatment for the entire community. And so that was when I gave the captain the directive, hey, we're not citing on Montecito anymore. It's because I believe in fair and equal treatment to everybody.
Okay, so, and what I believe my fellow board members and I are gonna say is, great, let's have an agreement. We blanket the community with the signs that you are able to give us this fairness, that you will blanket now evenly the enforcement, not just in one area, not just where that officer wants to go, in and out quickly. And I don't know if that's occurring, but I know it's not.
I don't think that's occurring. But you know what? I wasn't here. I can only move forward. And I mean, we're obviously citing quite a few people if you look at the stats. And I think I agree with Captain Knutson. The goal is to not cite anyone, because no one likes the parking site. It's just like, that's money out of your pocket that you just feel went to nowhere because you forgot to move your car. Or at least that's how I feel when I get a parking site.
Is data obtainable, and again, just to kind of put us at ease on this, put me at ease on this question, okay? Is data available where the location of the parking site, where there's just dots in Rossmoor?
Yeah, I've provided reports to Mr. Mendoza on every citation we issued for a year on every street in the past, and it's pretty well spread out. I think the thing with that is that's only showing you where there's a citation issued. If there's no vehicles illegally parked on that street, the officer could drive down the street, not issue a citation. In the way our system is set up, there's no record that he went on that street. So, it's probably not a perfect system, but it is what it is based on the resources and the technology that we have. In my, approach the whole time I've been here and going forward is we're going to enforce to the best of our ability with the resources that we have. And that resource that's responsible for enforcing street sweeping in the community of Rossmoor is also responsible for parking violations in unincorporated Tustin, in unincorporated Orange, in Midway City and Anaheim. So, again, I have a limited amount of people to respond to and do street sweeping, and they're up here doing enforcement to the best of their ability, and sometimes they get called away. They get a call to an area for a vehicle parked in a handicap spot or vehicle parked in front of a fire hydrant, and that's their responsibility to handle that and keep the patrol deputies free so they can respond to criminal incidents or more serious incidents. So it's a balancing effort.
No, but we appreciate this dialogue, and I just want to, what Director Niederman brought up, what I brought up, those are the issues. We're just like being the mouthpiece of our community. Those are the two biggest, even, fair, and after the sweeper has gone through at 8:30 and I get a ticket at 3, again, don't know how much that happens, but it happened in the past. That's why we kind of moved to this odd and even. Hopefully we can, I know you can't say it here, but we're asking to.
I think the officers take a lot of discretion in issuing citations, and they do their best to cite within a close proximity when the street sweeper comes by. Now, they don't have the ability to know everywhere where the street sweeper went at every time. And if it's 100 degrees out, are they supposed to know that the pavement dried and how long the street sweeper went? So, I mean, we got to be reasonable too. And that's the directive I give the guys is, okay, let's be reasonable. Yeah, street sweeping enforcement stops at 4:30, I think it was 4:30. If they're out here at 4:15, it's obvious the street sweeper's gone. Yeah, hey, maybe that's a warning notice that should go on there. Now, if the street sweeper's running late and they're coming down the street, yeah, they're parked in violation of the ordinance, so then a citation would be warranted. So there's a lot of latitude there based on that time, and that's the way the ordinance is written, to allow the street sweeper to get in and out and thoroughly clean the community, and us to provide the enforcement to help them, accomplish their mission.
I have a tangential question. How close can one legally park to the edge of the curb? I'm phrasing that badly. Assuming there's no red painted zone, I mean, all our streets are rounded, but to the corner, how close to the corner can you park?
That's a good question. You're asking a good. Yeah,
Huh?
that's a pretty, that's a good question for a couple of old patrol cops that are maybe not the best educated on vehicle code traffic enforcement. The 18 inches comes to mind, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I know, I think, it has to be, you have to be parked in a manner that's not dangerous for someone to take the curb, so
And
I'd have
it's
to
also
look in
not
the vehicle
supposed to
code.
interfere with access to the
Right, because there's an
curb cut, right?
ADA,
Yeah.
issue with the crosswalks and whatnot.
I just see a lot of that along Montecito, on the streets coming up to Montecito, where people park right
Sure.
next to the curb, and
And-
it's dangerous.
And if you look at the citations when we're there, and I can, I've read the reports for the actual vehicle code violation for what we cited and where, and that's what a lot of those regular citations are for. They're for blocking a driveway, they're for parking on the corner too far from the curb, that type of stuff. So we do enforce for that as well. And I know, like Montecito especially, it's pretty dense, and
Yeah.
it's a challenge for those folks to find a place to park.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
get an answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Captain Knudsen, Director DeMarco and I participated in a traffic safety meeting, and so this is actually right on to that. One of the issues that a lot of residents' concern was on Wallingford from Hedwig to Catella. There's no parking in the mornings on the eastern northbound lane of Wallingford. That's to allow better traffic flow out of the neighborhood for school drop-offs, residents going to work and such. And they just ask for more enforcement there to keep people from parking or moving their cars in the morning, because what the residents say is it's not just the parking there, but then it backs up onto Hedwig or onto Wallingford. And the crossing of just pedestrians at that intersection becomes dangerous because people are backed up, they're in a hurry, they're just kind of in a bad mood, to say the least. And so they just would, request more parking enforcement there, even if it's just, clearly, as you were talking about street sweeping, you come out and you see someone's got a ticket on their car, you won't park there tomorrow, you'll know you can't park there. But that's really important to us because,
Okay.
and it'll help the flow of
That's
traffic.
honestly, sir, that's the first I've heard that.
Okay. So yeah,
So-
it'll, of course, it'll help the flow of traffic, people will be in a better mood, and it'll be safer. So we just appreciate that and understanding, I know it's maybe not the highest priority sometimes, but we do think it could prevent some issues possibly. So thank you for.
Sure, you're welcome. If you can move forward on these, so again, these are calls for service. Can you go more back? Yeah. So you can see the violations, or I should say the warnings, since the new ordinance was passed. We're definitely in the community issuing the warning notices to educate the community. In March, we did initially start issuing citations in the areas that were signed. We've since stopped that because it's just not equitable for the community, because honestly, the vast majority of the community isn't properly signed. So once we get, the signage done, then we'll be back to doing the enforcement and warnings as appropriate. Ms. Mendoza asked about the number of complaints that we get for illegally parked vehicles, and you could see 2019, a lot of folks called, and it's kind of descended downward, so we don't get as many calls for service for illegally parked vehicles. The area that you were talking about, Director Searles, I knew about the variance in the parking regulation there. I didn't know that we were having problems. I remember it from when I was a patrol deputy up here as well, that, had special parking restrictions. So those are the things we need to know about so that we can again, send someone over here to handle that call, especially on something like that. Again, that community service officer, they could be in Orange Park Acres doing enforcement and, you know, have to respond over here. And if they don't know that they need to come over here, they're going to hit the other areas in their route before they even come over here. So,
Yeah. Well, thank you.
you're welcome. The question was asked about the fees, where they go, and those are all collected to the general fund. I don't have answers number-wise. That would be something you'd have to probably get from the auditor controller as far as the number of citations. But if you just kind of ballpark the math from 2020, if you go back, you know, if everyone paid their traffic citation, you know, $17,000 plus in fines would have been collected. Where that goes, again, goes to the general fund. And the auditor controller then, you know, that gets dispersed to all the different county agencies for operational needs, I guess. Next one, please. So back kind of onto our enforcement plan, this is what we have. We have 2 community service officer positions, again, for the entire North Orange County. And that's why when we redid the ordinance for street sweeping, you know, there was, initially another day was proposed, and we said, hey, we can't do that day because we do street sweeping in these communities. So we had to pick days and times that, you know, we weren't doing enforcement in other areas so that we could be up here. And the question was asked about what does that cost if, you know, Rossmoor wanted to figure out how to, I guess, fund that. It's about $113,000. That's not including vehicle maintenance and all that type of stuff. Next slide, please.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
So in that scenario, that what-if scenario, if we were to hire a CSO from the Sheriff's Department to come in and cite our street sweeping, where would that revenue go? General fund still?
Yeah, I believe that would still go to the general fund, and you'd have to, I think he gave you the mechanism to have to try to do that. But yeah, I believe it
Just
would
curious,
go to the,
just a hypothetical.
yeah, I think it would go to the general fund, but, you know, I'm not sure.
Got it. Thank you.
Our plan is, with Public Works, they have additional signs to start installing the next couple phases. I talked to them today. They're going to have to order some additional signs, but the goal is sometime between December and the end of the year to have all the signage installed. And once we get the signage installed, then the plan is to just, you know, begin, resume doing the enforcement at that point in time. And that is all I have at this point on this. If you have any additional questions.
More?
No questions?
None?
Not anymore. Not till the next question.
Off-topic question. Can you give us any information you know about the incident at Rossmoor Park where a gentleman was taking pictures of a child, and you know?
I'm aware of it, yeah.
Okay. Can you give us any information about that?
Yeah, so that situation, I don't know who at the park, residents or someone called about a subject sitting in a vehicle taking pictures of, you know, people in the park or children. Deputies responded, contacted him. There were no violations of law at the time. We took that information, forwarded it to our special victims unit, and they have a detail in there called Sonar, which handles all the sex registrants. And I spoke with the sergeant. This individual had just been reassigned to Orange County, so his registrant hadn't caught up with him. So when we ran him in the database, it didn't show that he was a sex registrant. The thing you got to remember about that is it's kind of like probation. There's different terms, and it varies from person to person. So one thing that, you know, person A might not be able to do, person B might be able to do, depending on what their violations are and what the judge assigns them when they're, released into the community. So at the moment, there's no violations for him. Just like for any of us, if you're out in public, it's not illegal to take pictures of people. Obscene pictures, yeah, that's different. There weren't any obscene pictures. He was very cooperative, let the deputies search his phone and his property and everything. The unit I talked to, the Special Victims Unit and Sonar, has made contact with him and just kind of explained the situation and explained that, hey, we have a unit here that monitors sex registrants in the county, and we'll probably be in touch. So that's where we're at with that. I don't know if you have any other questions on that one, or
So, what was he convicted of?
I do not know.
But he was on a list, a sexual predator list,
Correct.
and he lives in Rossmoor?
He's on a 290
He's-
list.
he's
It
on-
doesn't
yeah.
necessarily
Make him a sexual
make him a
predator.
sexual
So Megan's Law requires that if you're convicted of certain offenses, that you have to register. So it's the same type of thing for people who are convicted of arson crimes. They have to register as an arson registrant. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're,
Understood.
yeah.
Yeah. So he's on the Megan Law list.
That's my understanding, yeah.
He's-
Okay.
There's a number of factors. It could be, doesn't necessarily, it could be exposing yourself in public and all, and that's why they have different factors of what they have to do. So not knowing the guy's name right now and not knowing all the factors, it would be difficult to tell you exactly, other than that our sonar unit, which is, I looked it up real quick because I couldn't remember what it stood for.
They monitor all the sex registrants.
So it's a sex offender notification and registration detail. So they go to frequent checks to all the people that have to register. They go check on their houses, and they follow, everybody, like the captain said, has different restrictions. So it doesn't just give us carte blanche to do whatever we want, but they went and visited him, and he's definitely on,
On
their
Sonar's radar.
correct.
Okay, so, all right. So my information, I'm just reading from I'm just remembering from a post, okay, that was put on social media. So, and on that post, he was taking pictures of a minor, okay. So, I don't know, I would want my community to know about that. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Sure, I wouldn't either.
And I also want my community to know that he lives close to Rossmoor Park. Can you confirm that?
I don't know his address off the top of my head.
Okay. But he lives in Rossmoor.
Well, I would imagine if he lives in Rossmoor, that's in essence close to Rossmoor Park,
Well,
'cause
maybe he could live on Yellowtail, which is
that's
very far.
still pretty close.
Okay, so incidences like this, do you reach out to the general manager, or, I mean, again, just as a courtesy, or no, not really?
Yeah, a lot of times. It
Okay.
just depends on what the incident is.
All right. Well, let's just say if an incident like this happens again where,
And in this particular incident, Mr. Mendoza reached out to me first.
no,
In
and just to be, I mean, I'm the one that brought it to Mr. Mendoza's, attention. Okay, so, my wife saw the post, so it's pretty frightening, okay, certainly to a mom and a child to get your picture taken from, and then find out that, again, you have this person that has a history. So I'm just, I'm saying all this to hopefully just tell the public to be alert, and, when you see something that doesn't fit, call you guys, so.
absolutely.
Thank you for answering those questions.
I had one other question. It's really on the next section, but I imagine you're probably going to want to get through that rather quickly because we've had you up here grilling you for the last hour and a half, and, you know.
I got a little bit of water left, sir. I'm good.
But I wanted to ask about the
Do you want to have him put that up on the screen? Are we,
the-
you talking about the activity report?
the news release about burglary suspects arrested, so yay.
The news release that we put out?
Yes, that you
Okay.
put out, it's in our agenda here, that you arrested a total of 4 people for burglary arrests. And I'm wondering if, and that was just last week, so congratulations, job well done on that. Do you have an idea of how many of the residential burglaries, because we certainly have had a slew of them, we're way ahead of last year's pace for residential burglaries. So I guess my question is, do you have an idea of how many of those burglaries were by this ring, and how many were not? That's the first half of my question.
We know of 2 specific ones that they did. It was a 5.5-month investigation. They were very prolific in the burglaries that they did in Orange County. I believe there was 13 in a period of time. This type of criminal crew, basically, that's what they do for a living. So could they have possibly been involved in others in Rossmoor? I suppose it's a possibility. We took a period of time, and that's the period of time we investigated, because, again, it comes down to, hey, you can only take in so much information, you can only investigate so much, there's only so many hours in the day. But, we knew we had a set period of time that they were pretty active in Orange County, so we started looking at that. And again, there was 13 burglaries that they did here that we know of.
13 in Orange County.
In
But-
Orange County, in
2 in Rossmoor.
2 in Rossmoor.
Okay.
They're probably done hundreds in LA, Orange County, San Diego, and San Bernardino and Riverside.
We've had, I counted 17 so far this year, residential burglaries in Rossmoor. So putting aside those 2, is there any sort of pattern to the other residential burglaries that, I think that would be something that people would want to know in terms of trying to protect their homes? Is it
Sure.
happening, in the middle of the day? Are they watching for vacation? Is it middle of the night? What can you tell me about their targets, the time?
Well, there's a lot of variables, because there's a lot of different types of people and elements doing various types of burglaries. So these particular individuals were highly organized. They had a certain method of doing their burglaries. There's other groups that are also very active in Orange County, and then you have individuals that are just one-off crimes of opportunity burglars. So I don't have any actual data on that. I know that the sheriff's department and the sheriff is very focused on these types of crimes and criminal elements. And this particular incident, we have what's called a directed enforcement team. It's a sergeant, an investigator, and 5 deputies, and they take these cases and they own it, and they work it from start to finish, and they just invest their time in it. And they worked very closely with the district attorney, for lack of a better term, like a task force to identify these individuals and other burglary crews that are out there, to apprehend them. I would say, again, it's the typical or the same crime prevention message that, we talk about all the time, especially at night, having motion sensor lights, landscape lighting so your property's not dark, camera systems, keeping, your property secure.
I guess that's what I'm wondering, and this is probably not something you can answer tonight, but maybe you could have somebody do a little research and get back to us. What I'm looking at is like a lot of the residential, a lot of the vehicle burglaries or thefts are people not taking adequate precautions. The doors are unlocked or they're leaving things in plain sight. I'm wondering if the residential burglaries, if most of them were, the house was unlocked, or whether they're going after certain streets, whether it's a question of lighting, if there's any sort of pattern, not to the ones that were part of this, the one chain that we've apprehended, but the other 15 burglaries. Is there any sort of pattern that we could? Yeah, it would be good. I mean, but fortunately, our DA, unlike LA's DA, does not have a catch and release program that puts all these burglars right back on the streets immediately. Hopefully, these people will be off the streets for a while.
Well, I will say that from the sheriff's perspective, and DA Spitzer is very focused on these individuals and making sure that they receive justice. And unlike some of our neighboring counties, unfortunately, what happens there affects Orange County sometimes. But
we're right on the border.
I think our department and the DA's office is unwavering in their approach to finding and apprehending these folks.
I would like a little, if you guys could report within the realm of appropriate protocol, any sort of information you could give us about patterns, which would help. Is it lighting? Is it leaving things unlocked? Is it early morning? Is it people going on vacation, et cetera? If there's any.
Well, what I think I've noticed over the years is things kind of come in waves, and Commander Bencher is going to want to speak to you because he's been a little more involved in the investigation standpoint. But it's almost kind of cyclical, where you'll have a group that has a certain MO, does a certain type of burglary, and they're pretty active for a couple months, and then something happens, whether they get arrested somewhere or who knows what happens. So that type of burglary subsides, and then some other trend of burglary starts occurring. So it's constantly shifting. It's hard to say exactly, hey, they happen between this time and this time, because if we say that now, well, the next month it could be completely opposite. So there, again, there's a lot of variables. I think a lot of the things in Rossmoor, when we look at, I can look at some detail on them, but there are definitely burglaries that occur where, hey, we left our garage door open, someone walked in and took our bike. Well, that constitutes a burglary. So, that's kind of setting ourselves up to be victimized by, of a crime. So, but Commander, would you like to, are you good? Did you all right?
Did fine.
Yeah, there's been no let up in the catalytic converter theft.
Again, cyclical too, they're fairly prolific now. I know there's some legislation in the works, and a lot of the different cities have taken some steps to have some legislation to help kind of curb these types of crimes. So, I think as a community, especially in Orange County, we're moving in the right direction to make some impact to try to stop these things. But yeah.
And a number of, I'm sorry, last question, no, I'll shut up. Big upswing in number of vehicles stolen from right in front of the house. What's up with that?
Well, I would again say that it's the same type of conditions where, unfortunately, the criminal element is very active. And you have some, I know that there was one vehicle that the keys were in the vehicle. We've had vehicles that were stolen that the vehicle was running when it was stolen. So, if we're doing that, again, we're setting ourselves up. And, I don't know if you guys remember, earlier in this month, there was Amber Alert for a child that was taken in a carjacking. It was in the car seat, in the back of the car in the van. It was in Buena Park, and we ended up finding the vehicle. A citizen called it in. It was actually in Sheriff's County area. We went and responded. We found the vehicle and the kid. Everything ended well. Well, the following day, I had to pick my mom up at the airport, And I was early, so I went and got some lunch across the street, and I'm sitting there, and a gentleman pulls up in his minivan, gets out, leaves his van running with his child in the van, and goes into the restaurant is gone for, it took me a second to kind of realize, where'd this guy go? There's nobody else in here. He's gone for 20 minutes. Comes back, and I'm like, hey, you might not want to do that, you know? So, you know, it's just, you know, it is what it is, but we need to be smarter than that. And you know, one of the things we're doing and kind of making the circuit a little bit is doing some more crime prevention. So we're doing some crime prevention in some of the other areas, and we're going to want to schedule one for up here and have a crime prevention specialist come in and, you know, do a presentation and talk about this stuff. Again, we just want to keep pushing that information of what we can do to prevent ourselves from, you know, being a victim of crime as much as possible.
Thank you very much.
One more, and not, you know, not to, and I know we talk about this quarterly with you about kind of leaving the keys in the car and leaving the car running, but, you know, there are also incidences, to your point, where the thieves are very, very smart, because there was a resident who had his truck stolen twice, and with kill switches and everything on it, and they're very, very smart. They know how to bypass all of that and steal the trucks still, even with all that. It's like you got to chain the truck to your house, but they probably just pulled the chain out of the house. But anyway, that's fine.
Well, some folks are professional criminals.
Yep. No.
And that's what they do for a living. And, you know, you and I go to work at a job or office somewhere, and they go out to victimize other people.
I'm thinking the greatest crime
Okay, I'm going to stop you guys. Thank you for all your questions. We do have some community members that had written some questions, had wanted to come and ask questions as well, so I just want to be able to give them time. And it might have been answered by now, but James, and I'm sorry if I get your name wrong. James, you had some signs, streets, you want to come up. What's your last name, please? Flanagan, so sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks. Try and be brief as I can. Actually, I have more.
We're not.
More questions, I think, than comments. But my underlying comment: I'm here because I saw a blurb in the Rossmoor newsletter yesterday, and it said, "By a popular demand, the street signs are going in 6 days." And I confess I hadn't heard anything about it until I saw that blurb. And so my first question is, how did we get to this point? I've been a resident, I've been a homeowner here in Rossmoor for 31 years, and the idea of having the community wallpapered with signs like the ones up on the board tonight doesn't set well with me. I'm sure you gentlemen, the people in this room, and the 3,400 homeowners around us, they bought in Rossmoor, they live in Rossmoor because it's a beautiful place. The aesthetics are outstanding. The CSD arborist and all the emphasis you folks put on trees, it's all about how it looks, how it feels. We don't get home when we pull in our driveway. We get home when we go past the sign we saw on the wall tonight. Any entrance to Rossmoor, we're home, and it has a feeling. And I hate the idea that we're going to be installing, I don't know how many signs. I heard 100 thrown out. So my first question is, how many?
Well, more than 100.
That's disturbing to me, very disturbing. And I guess I'm not alone in this count. I've talked to some people, and I know some people in this room are opposed to the idea. For 30 years, we had street sweepers, and they came, people parked their cars, people moved their cars. And this year we have, I guess, a new plan, somebody's bright idea. And, you know, maybe it's going to take a while for the community to get used to the first and third. I live on a street where my trash cans go out the same day as a street sweeper. And I can tell you that CR&R tosses the cans back in the street, and the street sweeper's task of getting down that street is not made difficult by residents any more than it is those trash cans. And as a practical matter, and I'm putting citations aside, and these gentlemen, I thank them for their service, and I appreciate what they do. But I'm just focused on, as a practical matter, if someone leaves their car out in front of their house and gets ticketed, that street sweeper, his job's not any easier. He still has to go around that car, and that doesn't improve what the underlying policy of the law is supposed to be, which is clean streets, clean oceans, and so forth. The trash cans are there. You know, that, I'm sure that's something over time they can improve on, but I'm here tonight because I'm bothered by the idea that we're going to get wallpapered with street sweeping signs. The statistics say 392 citations out of 10,000 plus people. That's not a whole lot. And so I guess I'm asking you gentlemen to educate me. How did we get here? How do we find ourselves having to put in those signs when for the past 3, 4, 5 decades, we've had something that worked a little better?
Mr. Mendoza, you want to tackle that one? Just, yeah, go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Flanagan, am I on here?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I don't know if it worked better. There were still issues when we were sweeping the first and third Monday of each month. There was issues of nobody able to park on the streets all day, people parking on their aprons, people parking on their lawns, people having to park at the Rossmoor Center and, you know, move their cars around. There was other issues, okay? And it was the same issue. There was, and I don't mean to, I guess, call out the sheriffs, but there was the same issues. We had lack of enforcement. They don't have the manpower. And as they said, this is what we have. To go get more manpower, we're going to have to go to Sheriff Barnes. That's where they deploy in the budget from. So we fixed one problem, but we're still, the cans were the same situation back first and third Mondays of the month. On certain days, there was areas being trash collected, and it was the same situation. The cans was
But
going back in
I take it there was a vote at some point in time, late last year,
No.
early this year,
No,
by the supervisors to do this plan?
the county supervisors did, yes.
And so my question is, I read that it was by popular demand the signs were going in. I never heard about it. No one ever polled me. I don't know of a vote. So
No,
my question is that when they passed the idea of the split day street sweeping, did they also say we're going to wallpaper your community with signs?
No, not till after.
I mean, the thing is, there's been popular, I mean, this has been an issue and an irritant in a number of residents' sides for years and years and years. People have come here and complained about the street sweeping policy because everybody was swept the same day, and so there was nowhere to move your car. So the RCSD went forward to a street sweeping plan, which was alternative, Monday and Tuesday. Nobody told us that of the signage issue until months after the plan was approved.
Is that a Brown Act issue or something like that? I mean,
No.
isn't there supposed to be some kind of notice to let people know, or at least publicly comment on the size, the type, and the location of the signs? I read today there's
That's
6.
the law. The law requires certain signs be put in certain places, 100 feet or whatever it is. And so we have to comply with the vehicle code. We came back and said, well, what if we don't? What if we just say, we're not going to ticket because, frankly, the scofflaw rate in Rossmoor, if you will, has been, 10% or less.
Well, that was my point. When I see
Yeah,
392
and so
sites,
we went back and said, okay, then let's just not put up the signs, and we won't enforce, and we will rely on the good people of Rossmoor not to violate the law. And everybody came back and told our council we wouldn't be allowed to do that because of the law.
and I'm not faulting these gentlemen. I understand
It's
if you
not
don't post
their
it,
fault.
you can't ticket. But I'm questioning, what are we gaining versus what are we giving up by having this ticketing policy in the first place? And I read today that we have 63 miles of curbs in Rossmoor. I don't know if that's accurate, but I found that online. So if we have that many miles, my question still is, how many signs are going to be installed in 6 days? Does anybody know?
I don't think all those signs are being installed in 6 days. I think they're going to, it's going to be a
But
rolling.
when it's all said and done, how
but
many
it's
signs?
Several hundred.
I believe, Captain, I believe there was 400, right?
I mean, they said every time you turn on a street within Rossmoor, that's a new street that's going to have a sign on it. So there's going to be signs on every street, but I don't know if you know the number.
Yeah, in order to be compliant with the vehicle code, it's somewhere between 400 and 500 signs. Our intention, working with Public Works, is to put as few signs up as possible to be compliant. A lot of cities, they do every 10 feet, every 20 feet, or whatever. That's not our intention. Our intention is to comply with what the vehicle code says, is that at the intersections or entrance. So if you see on Montecito, there's more signs there because you have driveways coming out. So that necessitates a sign there. So again, in the signage, as far as the size, the height, the size of the font, that's all regulated by the uniform code. So it's not us deciding, hey, what we want to put up. Hey, these look cool. We really like this font. It has to be this format, and that's statewide. So that's the original, or that's the intent. Is again as few signs as possible in order to accomplish what we need to accomplish with that.
If I may, I think Mr. Flanagan's concerned that we're going to turn in, and you might be able to help here, Captain Knudsen. We're going to turn into looking like Los Alamitos or Long Beach. I'm very familiar with those areas and how many signs they have up. I believe Long Beach and both Los Alamitos have signs at the corners and in the middle of the blocks. And like you said, and that's not going to be the pattern here. It's going to be at the corners of each intersection.
But we had a system for 30 years, at least 30 years, that I'm aware of, where the signs were not required because we had a different street sweeping
Correct.
protocol. Is that right?
Yeah, and that was what was confusing to us is our old system only required 7 signs or 8 signs in the whole community. And then changing to this new system now requires 400. And that conversation, that did not come up and again, this has been years, okay? This did not happen in 1 year. This happened in 8, okay? This push to change the odd and even to give people an area to park and still have the street swept like most cities do. But this sign change, this drastic sign change, was not told to us that the way that it was done in 1958 and kept all the way through with these 7 or 8 signs, no, you're going to need 400 signs. That was never told to us. The assumption was we might have a few more signs, but not 400.
Wouldn't this be an appropriate time to ask someone to reconsider what they've put in place now that they've dropped that news on us? I can't think of anything since when did the Rossmoor wall go in? 2000, 20 years ago? I can't think of anything that's going to change the look and the feel in Rossmoor more than these signs. That's my 2 cents worth. I took longer than I expected.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thanks.
sharing with us tonight. Joe Perry, are you still here? Thank you for waiting.
I think my nerves are gone a little bit more now. I guess I gotta put this down here because I'm short. Hi, my name's Joe Perry. I have been a resident of Rossmoor since 1959. My parents are original homeowners and everything. And now the kids have the house, but in all the years, I mean, I was a teenager in the 70s and we did crazy things and stuff like that, but the amount of disrespect and the anarchism of the kids on these electric bicycles, someone's going to get hurt, someone's going to get killed, and it's getting worse. And I finally had an incident where I saw about 15 boys, some with helmets, some not, kind of slowly coming up Kempton. I just wanted to go into my house. I turned on my signal. Right when I was going, then they came up, they encircled me, laughed, went real slow, went down the street, and were gone. It's very hard to find where they disappear after all these things. My friend here had an incident too. You hear it in next door. Recent one was this week where 3 girls were squished on one of those without helmets, going up and down the streets and trying to make a left turn on St. Cloud and causing havoc, and they could have been hurt or killed. It could have been, you know, I don't know. I'm just fed up. The summer was bad, really bad. Everybody went to school. The weekends are now picking up with these kids, and they're all over again, and they're all over Rush Park. There's like 15, 20 of them in a gang. The girls, 3 on a bike, one's falling off the back, barely hanging on. It's just gotten crazy. They're on sidewalks. People are trying to cross the street walking. They get in the way of them. It's just something, I don't know what to do about it, but we can't find out where they disappear by the time you get your phone up to take a picture or follow them. They're gone, but it's just, it's terrible. They're everywhere. And I don't know, I went to the RHA meeting, talked to them then. One lady on the council actually had a video of them going in and out of cars on the council. So I was told to come here because you guys are here and to bring it up, and I'm bringing it up. So that's all.
Well, thank you,
All right, thank you.
and you did a great job, so no need to be nervous next time.
Almost forgot my water.
Do you have any comments about that you'd like to share? I know we've discussed it here at these meetings before.
Now, we're aware of the situation, and it's not just here, it's probably everywhere in Orange County. Again, in this type of situation, I defer back to traffic enforcement as the responsibility of the Highway Patrol. They're the ones who are supposed to provide the resources to do traffic enforcement. Riding a bicycle, e-bike is subject to the rules of the road, just like driving a motor vehicle, a car. So they're the primary responsibility. However, you know, our deputies are informed of it and can take enforcement action as they deem appropriate.
So if somebody does see it and they are able to take a picture or do whatever, they should report it to the Highway Patrol? Or
Yeah, I would call the Highway Patrol.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other people here that would like to ask any questions to the sheriffs? Okay. Mr. Mendoza, I know we didn't totally get to the other reports, but did we get enough on the street sweeping and the, okay. Thank you both very much for coming tonight. I appreciate it. I know you guys took a long time with us, and we had a lot of questions, and we absolutely appreciate the partnership. And as you can hear, we do have concerns, and we want to make sure that we have the safest community as possible. And so that's why we're asking all these questions. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And we would love to see you monthly. Anybody, captain, sergeants, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, and to kind of echo what the commander said, you know, your concerns are our concerns, and we want to work together to solve them to the best of our ability and be good partners, you know, with the Rossmoor community. So that's our intention, and that's what we strive to do to the best of our ability. So again, thank you for, you know, the good questions and, you know, allotting us the time to, you know, discuss the issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Captain, can you leave our microphone with us, please?
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so next on our agenda is public forum. Any person may address the Board of Directors at this time on any subject within the jurisdiction of the Rossmoor Community Services District. However, any matter that requires action may be referred to staff at the discretion of the board for report and action at a subsequent board meeting. Public forum is for non-agenda items. Therefore, if you are here to make comment on any, an item that's on tonight's agenda, the appropriate time for those comments will be at the time that that item is taken. So now, people are invited to address the board for non-agenda items. I do have cards here, but they're surprisingly all pickleball related. So are there any other comments that people have outside of the pickleball arena? All right, then we'll move on. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our quarterly parks and facility maintenance report, item D1.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up our Park Superintendent, Homero Perez. And while he's coming up, I just want to quickly give Homero some kudos. Homero oversees the maintenance of our parks and our facilities, like this building here. And we do have a very vigorous, proactive approach to maintenance, and I'm very proud of what we've accomplished over the last couple of years as far as keeping restrooms clean, trash cans emptied, parking lots cleaned, our parks green and in good shape, and also our facilities. So I'll give you one scenario. This past weekend I stopped in here and we had two of our staff trimming the wall along Seal Beach Boulevard and Los Alamitos Boulevard, making sure that the shrubbery wasn't growing over and that, you know, aesthetically our wall looked clean and nice. That's a big job. It took them, you know, a few hours at least, and then hauling it away and dumping it. Then came back here and found one of them deep cleaning the restroom after it had been, you know, in bad shape for misuse, and then helping a kid on the playground that had scratched his knee. So, you know, those are the type of things we do and that his staff does, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Mayor. So he's going to give you a brief overview of just a couple of things we did in the last quarter.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm here to present my quarterly report to the district. Inspection of district properties, the facilities are in good shape, and significant activities in this quarter. The following projects and activities should be noted. These were performed beyond the regularly scheduled parks and facility maintenance tasks. I want to start with roofing repairs that we just did over at Rossmoor Park. It was just, I call it just perfect timing for the rain that we had today. So, district staff also updated some of the swings to the playground at Rossmoor Park. And contractor remove and replace two of the damaged decks to the 5 and 12 playground structure. Landscaping contractor irrigated and reseeded and fertilized brown areas over at Rossmoor Park. Also transfer 13 tons of existing washed plaster sand from the volleyball courts into the playground. Then a week after that, district staff added 13 tons of volleyball sand to the volleyball court for safety purposes. Regular maintenance performance, district staff continues to inspect district properties and performing maintenance as follows: daily, weekly, and quarterly. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you, Homero.
Got it. Thank you.
Definitely appreciate all you're doing to keep our parks looking great and taking the initiative, all that. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do on Thursday nights, too.
Oh, yeah. True. All right. Excuse me. Item D2 is the update on regarding a potential pickleball program. I know you guys are excited about this topic. Mr. Mendoza?
Yes. President Rips, members of the board, I'll be real brief on my overview of our meeting of October 6th. I believe most of the audience that want to participate in this agenda item already knows the facts and what occurred. But on the 6th, we did an overview of the pickleball court situation and the request by the board to review the possibility of adding pickleball to our community. We're looking at two items, and we're looking at them very strongly. One is, the first one, the priority is to look at Rossmoor Park, Court 1, the one that was used as an example and as a trial basis to see what the situation would, I guess, accommodate pickleball at Rossmoor Park. So that's the first one we're looking at, and I'm hiring a consultant to do a noise study and to give us a recommendation on what type of sound barrier mitigation material would best suit our needs and how much of it he would recommend to start out with. I think we're looking at it incrementally instead of wrapping the entire court, which costs thousands and thousands of dollars. We want to look at the most cost-efficient way to approach the situation. And looking at Rossmoor Park, Court 1 on the right-hand bottom of your screen, it shows the distance between that and the homes on Hedwig. And it's approximately 200, can you read that, Mr. DeMarco?
228.
228 feet, which I think we can mitigate most of the sound with some type of noise barrier. And that's what we're looking to find out. And we're looking at other cities to see what worked for them, what didn't work for them. We visited Newport Beach. What other one? I just went there this weekend. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But Carlsbad. And both of them had different types of sound barriers up to absorb the sound. And the material ranged from a hard coating to a soft coating. Next, can I have the next? Okay. And to start out with, just to give you an example of what a cost would be after we get a recommendation from a professional consultant. Just a ballpark figure, because we wanted to find out what it would be. Our fence is 12 feet high. The other fences at the other facilities were 10 and 8 feet high. And to wrap a quarter and a quarter around Court 1, it would approximately be $13,000 to $15,000, depending on if we wanted green forest material or black. So after again, we're not taking any steps yet. We're hiring a consultant. I'm going to make a good, solid, I guess, determination of what the best way to move forward. And we're also looking at the amount of courts. That consultant's going to tell us, hey, you're going to cut down noise by going to 3 courts, 2 courts, 4 courts, and we think this would work best for your situation and still meet the needs of the community to play pickleball. We know that pickleball is popular. We know the pros and cons with the noise and some of the cons that some of the residents are bringing up with parking or the street being impacted along Hedwig. And some of those things we can't control. I mean, I can't control Hedwig being a main thoroughfare or even Mainway here. Mainway gets a lot of traffic right here Rush Park. We can't control that. Now, can we control a couple of cars? Maybe, but that can also be mitigated by, as Mr. Rips pointed out, by scheduling a little differently and looking at those aspects, which we have control over. So bottom line is, I'm moving forward. I have a bid coming in for a consultant, and that should be a quick, I guess, test period that he's going to take, and also give us a report back on what measures we should do and how much it would cost. So with that, that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
When do you expect to have the report done?
Hold on a second. Joe, can you advise Director Nittickman and Director DeMarco of the cost of the consultant?
The cost of the consultant can range anywhere from $1,500 to maybe $7,000, depending on what depth of I guess, test he's going to do, and I've asked him to give us 2 or 3 scenarios that we can choose from. Okay.
And the background for the consultant?
The background from the consultant is he works for another number of other cities and agencies, and I received good, I guess, recommendations from the city of Newport Beach in which he serviced.
So you said 1,500 to 7,000?
Yeah.
For the consultant?
Yeah, depending on, we've already sent him all of our material. Once he determines what type of tests he thinks we ought to do and how in depth and how long it's going to take him, he's going to let us know. But he's going to give me.
So we don't have an ETA on when they'll be done. Done. Well, you haven't even engaged him yet.
No, I've engaged with him, but I haven't hired him. No.
He's the only one we're talking to, though, right?
So far, yes.
Oh, so you may be talking to others?
Maybe yes.
Okay. So, So it's probably not going to happen in November.
Oh, it could happen in November. Yeah, depending on his availability. Yes. Yeah.
That you'll have a report back, analysis back, recommendations, and the Parks and Recs Committee will have reviewed it in
Maybe
time
not.
for
Maybe
us.
not all that, but we should be able to maybe have him come out.
Okay,
and do
you'll
it.
have an update for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's, that's the general broad situation, right? We're not in a rush.
Right.
Noise mitigation to me is the number one concern, and we need to, have that information. We need to understand the cost. The second part of that is looking at the expenses that we're looking at. We got some estimates for building courts. So if we were to just take a piece of, either park and say we want to build, a court here, what is it going to cost? And that was about 500,000 for 4 courts. I think that would be 16 pickleball courts if I were guessing. I don't know that we quite understood that, Joe, from our meeting the other day, but I took it to mean that would be 4 courts.
Yes.
So that was about 500,000 in Newport is what they spent. So, we're looking at the fencing options. The fencing options are 15,000 to 100,000 if you're looking at having to wrap more than we're estimating. And so for President Rips and I, we have to understand what the noise mitigation options are, what they're going to cost, and then present those. I shared with the Parks and Facilities meeting that I had just participated with in the audit committee the day before with our accountant, Ken Poon, and our auditor. And one of the things we really need to understand is we have a $1.4 million reserve, but because of our cash flows, we don't really have that money available all the time because we only get revenues twice a year when those property taxes come in. So we have to buffer our, rest of the year with those reserves. They kind of cushion that the whole year until we get them. So we don't have 1.4 million available, and we might not, as a community, want to spend anywhere near 500,000 on this. But we would need to have that discussion still.
That would be one of the biggest expenditures the district has ever
Right.
made.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
it seems like it would be either looking for a grant or floating a bond
Yes.
to pay for that. I mean,
Yes.
that's a big number.
Right, and then so there's this balance of looking at grants, making sure the grants are available, they're going to be put to the use we want them to be put to use, and we still have an agreement that there's operational costs. So the grant might help us build the facility, but does it allow us to operate it as well?
Good
and
point.
so we had a great meeting with the discussion of, it's a lot of money and there's no rush. I mean, there is, for me, the concern remains that I need the community to know that those are tennis courts still. There is no immediate need to make them into pickleball courts. It's, our policies say they're tennis courts right now.
Right.
There is no authorized use of pickleball there. And as a community, we don't make our general manager, Omero, and staff have to go become the tennis court police to tell people, this is not a pickleball facility. And we don't have pickleball on our tennis courts at this time, and we don't allow it by our policy.
I think that's an important point for people to understand. I think we all understand it, but that we have a specific policy that says these courts are only for that purpose and no other purpose is permitted.
Let's do it right. Let's take our time. Let's understand what we're doing and do it right. So I think that's where we are. It takes a little time. There are a ton of courts being built around us, which is great. But I see that as an opportunity, where those communities, those residents will stay in their communities and play pickleball, and people in Rossmoor, if we have our courts, we'll be able to play in Rossmoor without competing with people from outside the community wanting to use the courts. And so I think that it's an important point, is that, you know, it would be great for Rossmoor residents to have their pickleball courts here. So I think that's broadly where we were as a committee.
I appreciate that explanation. I mean, we're looking at several. The noise issue is obviously an important one, is a threshold issue. I wouldn't discount the traffic issue. If you have 4 times as many people playing, that's more traffic. I mean, they may all come by bikes and they all walk there, but judging from the number of cars I see in front of Rossmoor Park now, I don't think that's true. Obviously, there is the cost in whatever solution, and obviously there is the displacement of tennis courts, and we have, you know, a whole lot of tennis fans to go with a whole lot of pickleball fans, and that has to be dealt with, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, the opposite to that is, you know, that we would tell our residents that you can drive to somewhere else to play pickleball, but we currently don't tell someone else they have to drive to play tennis. So we have to really kind of understand that it's a weird thing to say that we're displacing tennis when our current solution is to tell people to play pickleball, you're going to be displaced automatically right now.
Well, you are displacing tennis. So we don't have a pickleball facility, and maybe if we were designing the park from day one to day, we might do it differently.
Yep.
But
And that's completely the dialogue we're struggling with, for sure.
yeah,
You know, there's also the tennis program is going through a transition. One of our coaches is retiring and moving to another state, and so, you know, what the usage of those courts are going to be or could be might be changing. But yeah.
I mean, clearly the softball usage has been changing generationally and going down pretty consistently over the years, and maybe we ought to be re-examining the usage, which goes back to your point, which keeps getting dropped, which is that we need an overall look at the use of our parks and whether they're meeting our residents' expectations.
Right.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
So, what do you think the timeline is?
I mean, the first off is Joe's going to be meeting with the consultant. You know, I think we should give guidance to Joe about what amount can be spent on this consultant. I think that's critical. That I don't know that we can say to Mr. Mendoza that $7,000 is available to discuss with the consultant without us talking about $7,000 is clearly a lot of money. We spend a lot of time talking about our salaries for staff about the same amount, $7,000. So if we just say to, you know, Mr. Mendoza right now, he has authority to meet with this consultant over the $7,000, I'm not sure we're there. Maybe we are. What do you guys think of that? I mean,
Well, you're jumping to 7,000. I would. He said 1,500 to 7. What if it was $2,000?
well, no, that's fine. But when you're asking about what the timing is going to be, my concern is if he needs $7,000 to do the study, I don't think that study is going to happen in the next 4 weeks and come back to us, because I think if we're thinking about spending $7,000 on a study, we'll probably have more of a dialogue about that as a board.
You're suggesting that we should set a cap tonight on what he should spend before coming back to us?
I think it should be discussed. If that's where the board would like to go, I think it would be a reasonable situation.
I mean, I think we need to go ahead a couple steps. I don't want to prejudge this, heaven knows, but if we get to the point where we're actually building courts, a noise study, we will need to do environmental analysis of some kind, a mitigated neck deck most likely, and that will require a noise study. So I'm trying to figure out is there any way to, you know, make sure we don't spend for the same thing twice. But I'm not sure within the bounds of the CEQA law that we can do that, or practicality, because he's really looking at a different issue. He's looking at simply what we could do with the existing tennis court and what it would cost and what would be the impacts.
And if you know, we're moving the direction of actually building something at some point, it could be here. right? And so doing a sound study there doesn't affect really here.
Absolutely, yes. So,
it's
usually, I may be wrong, but I thought we had sort of have a $5,000
Yes,
cap.
that's what I was going to say.
in
I have a,
general.
Okay, well
Yes,
then,
5,000.
that's, I think that, so to your point, I think, you know, if we come in under that, then, you know, Mr. Mendoza will be able to come back at our next meeting, you know, presumably, as he said, with information from this consultant as to what options are there and should be suggested. If Director Rips, or President Rips and I can meet before then and have a committee meeting, it might be a little bit further along, or it's the next month.
I think the challenge comes in terms of timing, is if the consultant says to Joe, I could do this at 1,500, I could do this at 5,000, I could do this at 7, and we need the 7, then it's gonna have to come back, right? That's gonna delay it. Now, it might not be, right? We might get the full report at 5 or under 5, and then Joe can move forward with that. But I think that's sort of but the desire would be that he could move forward with the consultant, a consultants. We could actually have another meeting of the Parks and Facilities Committee that we can come back with a more robust report, and then we can keep this process moving forward.
Well, if we can do it in 2 parts, then Joe can authorize 5,000 and say, I need board approval to do, you know, the additional work you're suggesting, and then I'll come back.
That's
and
fair,
you can
too.
come back for that.
Right, I mean, that's so, I don't know how the study works, so I can't, but yes, that is a possibility as well. So I know we have community members here that do want to speak about this. I do want to say that we did receive emails from Sue Clark, from Rob Kaplan, Michelle Fieldson, Maureen Waters, and Jimmy Ton. So we will make sure that these get into the minutes as part of our meeting, but thank you very much for taking the time. These are, I mean, very extensive emails, so appreciate your thoughts in there. I will, Sue Kaplan? Rob, you were on top, but I'm letting your wife go first, sorry.
Hi, my name is Sue Kaplan. I live on Baskerville. I want to say that I'm actually encouraged to hear you say there's no urgent need to move forward.
Can you
But
hold
I
on
am-
1 second? I'm still hearing a lot of feedback from the microphone, guys. I don't know if you're, it's not you, it's the microphone, so I don't know. Try again, please. I heard what you're saying. You can continue. I just want to make sure.
What I'm trying to say is there should be no urgent need to set up pickleball courts in Rossmoor at large until we discuss that further. I was a little surprised last meeting 5 days ago when President Rips, you said that it was a fait accompli, that we are going to get pickleball. It's just a matter of where. And now tonight I hear the discussion being focused yet again for Rossmoor Park. We have another park available that we discussed 5 days ago at that meeting, and that's Rush Park. But again, I insist that pickleball need is not a driving force. We don't need pickleball. There's tremendous availability all around us for pickleball. Being able to ride a bike to a court without having to cross Seal Beach Boulevard to play a fun game shouldn't determine public policy. Tennis is still the most popular racket sport in the United States, and pickleball is a growing new game. The sports should be able to coexist and not one at the expense of the other. I'm a tennis player, and I play a lot. Saturday, I tried to play at Rossmoor, but all the courts were full. So I went to El Dorado Park. No surprise that it was full. It was a popular time. But then for RCSD to imply that the tennis courts are underutilized because they're less used in the middle of a work or school day is simply disingenuous. It seems concerning that the RCSD undervalues tennis and is all too willing to convert a tennis court into a pickleball court without appropriate review of all of the impacts. And we know those on the tennis community, noise, traffic, parking, and the neighborhood around Rossmoor Park. Is pickleball in Rossmoor a fait accompli? That was not made transparent when this discussion started 6 months ago. But if, as you say, it is, then it would be much more rational and respectful to the community to build new courts at Rush than to convert a tennis court at Rossmoor. Local ambassador for the U.S. Pickleball Association and Southern California representative at U.S. Tennis Association both recommend dedicated pickleball courts over court conversions because independent facilities lead to better working relationships between tennis players, pickleball players, and neighborhoods. And the USTA hopes that the board will agree to meet with her to discuss viable solutions. Rossmoor Park is consistently impacted by crowding, by noise, by large-scale activities compared to Rush. Saturday, Rossmoor Park had 3 softball diamonds full of league play. Cars jammed streets, blocked the fire hydrant in front of our house. Rush Park, that same day and time, had some kids on the playground. There was no organized sport activity. Also, Rossmoor has court lights that stay on until 10 p.m. Rush closes at dark. So why are you looking at Rossmoor Park for yet another high-volume sports activity? At Thursday's pickleball meeting 5 days ago, for the first time, comps were provided for parks in other communities that put pickleball in place. At Tanager Park in Costa Mesa, they actually repurposed a basketball court into 2 dedicated unfenced pickleball courts for less than $275,000, which is far less than the $500,000 which the general manager priced for new construction. That high price tag had shifted the discussion away from new construction to court conversion and to comparison of noise mitigating materials, which brings us to tonight. We're only looking at Rossmoor Park conversion again because we were told that the cost was prohibitive to build new. But we visited Tanager Park, and in fact, it's incredibly similar to Rush Park. It has the new constructed facility has no lighted courts, and we talked to the neighbors that lived across from the courts, and they said that they didn't mind the sound, that the increased traffic was a problem that they noticed, but the absence of the lights, which was important to them, discouraged overuse of the facility at sensitive times in the mornings and in the evenings. So right there, we need to step back. We had one meeting 5 days ago where one presentation was given, and the cost was told to us as being prohibitive. Let's not stop there and now spend $7,000 to look at the cost of evaluating only for conversion at Rossmoor Park. You know, at the subcommittee meeting, Director Searles took a straw poll to see if there was willingness to support the cost of new construction. The majority of us at that meeting raised our hands. Yes, of course. Also, grants as well as private-public partnerships to mitigate the cost were also considered. So you're getting buy-in from us. We'll pay some money to have this job done right. Please do not usurp a tennis court at Rossmoor Park in the name of pickleball, because it's at the expense of the tennis community. Thank you.
Rob, you or Michelle? Who wants to go next? Rock, paper, scissors.
Is this a good distance? Okay, I'm just going to piggyback a little bit on what Sue said. I also want to state that I don't think pickleball is a need. When people plop down $1.5 million for a home in Rossmoor, they're looking for good schools, they're looking for a safe community, and not in their top 10 is a pickleball court that they can walk to or bike to. So first of all, I disagree that it's a need. Second of all,
Michelle, could you please speak a
little
closer
bit
to the mic?
louder, okay.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. So we're also dealing with the fact that we feel that the parks are underutilized. I will agree with that statement for Rush Park, but not for Rossmoor Park. It's funny that we just had this conversation about ticketing and being fair and equal, and that applying to everybody across the community. And yet when it comes to the parks, as was evident by the pictures I sent you, Rush is clearly underutilized. There are no high-impact sports there. There's been no desire to build infrastructure there to make sure that that can happen. You all have the email from very brief synopsis of the history of how Rossmoor Park has continued to receive the high-impact activities while Rush Park does not. So that's an issue. And then we hear that, well, the parking, it originally was told the parking wasn't a problem. You had a data-driven study by an engineer who did a parking analysis that clearly showed, given the activities at Rossmoor Park, that clearly there's a lack of parking spaces to accommodate what we have now. And so here we are again saying, as is true to the history by the RCSD, it's a lot easier to convert, add, change at Rossmoor Park than Rush Park. Take away a tennis court because it's not utilized all the time, give it to pickleball. Again, very little mention of Rush Park, and that's been intentional. So we're looking at mitigation measures. Several of those have been mentioned. Well, we could restrict pickleball play, acknowledging that parking is a problem. But we know that's not realistic. There's going to be nobody from RCSD there to monitor anybody's restricted ability to play. What you're going to have is the person on the adjacent tennis court going over and getting angry at the person playing pickleball because they don't belong there during that time. That's a call to the police right there. I can tell you that. So then we've got, well, what other things? Oh, yeah, we can limit, because of the high-impact sports, let's limit the people that have picnics. Let's limit the people that have gatherings. Again, a mitigation issue that's necessary only because Rossmoor Park is already overburdened. So, you know, there's that. And then we say, you know, we hear, well, Rush Park has things too. You have a farmer's market for 3 hours. You have a movie night, 1 night a week during the summer. You have a festival. You have all these short-term, low-impact activities, while Rossmoor Park is unbelievably burdened. I mean, half the year, you saw the parking. We put up with that for several fall months and several spring months. And now it's like, well, just a little bit extra pickleball traffic won't really matter. But it does. And the idea that you're not displacing pickleball people by driving. There is no pickleball here. So I'm going to get into that. But so I guess what I'd like to say is that I am relieved to hear that it sounds like the board is going to take the time to do the research that very often hasn't been done in the past. So that's good to know, because we tend to want to overreact because we have to jump in because decisions are so often made quickly that we're sort of like left in the dust. But we know that I couldn't find anywhere online where there was any recommendation by any professional that it was a good idea to put pickleball courts in within a distance of 225 feet from somebody's home. Everybody, all these other sites that we saw were larger cities. The park in Stevely was 2.3 acres backing up to the riverbed. I could not find anything that was comparable to Rossmoor Park and the level of activity that we have. And these parks were meant to be small community parks. So I just think that, as Sue said, we need to step back because 95% of this conversation is conversion at Rossmoor Park. And if the community really feels that this is a need, then we need to start looking at building infrastructure at Rossmoor Park and offload some of this burden so that fair and equal applies to everybody. Thank you.
Rob or Janice? Rob, we might run out of time, sorry.
Thank you, good evening. And I sent Joe my letter earlier, or later this afternoon, so hopefully you can all get a copy of that.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Manis. I live on Kempton Drive and have been a Rossmoor resident for 40 years, along with my husband and my children. My husband has attended prior RSCD meetings about adding a pickleball court at Rossmoor Park. I am attending tonight's meeting because I have questions about the impact of the proposed pickleball court on Rossmoor Park and surrounding residences, and whether the addition and location of this court have been adequately studied. My first concern was environmental impact, not only on Rossmoor Park, but the surrounding community. So I'm relieved to hear that you are having discussions about engaging a consultant who hopefully will study the sound, the location, if this is the appropriate location, traffic impact, and safety. So that was my first point, my most concerning point. I also wanted to mention that I'm concerned about the location and whether it's been, Rossmoor Park truly is the best location for a pickleball court. I know I live close to Rush Park, and so I'm wondering, I observe it all the time. I walk my dog there every day, and I have observed that there's available space in that park. So I wondered why that hadn't been considered, unless it was cost of construction, which I think that should be reviewed as well. My third concern, after hearing from my husband and others, was timeline of this project. It seemed to me that discussions were started maybe about 6 months ago about pickleball, although I do realize that pickleball has been an interest for many years. And I just have been concerned that perhaps this project was being accelerated without the necessary studies and input from experts, as well as from the community, getting feedback and listening and addressing all the concerns that people have and integrating them into the proposed project. Finally, my prior life was building, construction, budgeting, communication, you name it. I was COO. And so I always like to do things right the first time based on what the activity is or what the need is. And so I am really concerned that there's going to be an adaptation of an existing tennis court, because that I don't think is going to work as well given the soundproofing recommendations. Rather, I think, we're a beautiful community here. We enjoy each other. We like to get out and enjoy our parks. And it seems to me that a top-rate construction of a pickleball court would serve the community better. And it would also avoid future issues within the community. I mean, if you can partially convert a tennis court, who knows what the sound issues might be in the future, safety concerns. But if you actually give it thought in modern day, today, as to how it truly should be designed and constructed, I think that would be a much better choice. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wants to speak before Rob? Anybody? Rob. Yeah, right. Thanks for waiting.
I just wanted to kind of add on to the very cogent comments that the others have made. I'm very reassured from what you've said tonight that this is not immediately about to start to happen. A point to go into, though, is that the consultant's role seems to be just to evaluate what would be like to do this at Rossmoor Park and what would be the impact of noise and how to mitigate that, rather, again, to opening the idea to doing real construction here at Rush Park. It was striking to hear that both the representatives of the United States Pickleball Association and the United States Tennis Association both voiced that it is much better to have separate facilities that are independent from each other than to have them pulling away from each other or competing on the same physical ground, which is sort of what is being alluded to here. That those communities that have done that have had a more peaceful implementation and coexistence of these sports and have not created sometimes pretty painful disagreements and disputes between the participants. The tennis community here at Rossmoor is taking a big hurt with Fernando Molina leaving at this point. And to add to that in this same time frame, a pull away of a court is something that has to be taken very seriously in the analysis of this situation. And it's very important that the board bring that kind of thought process into this, not just the convenience, oh, we have a physical space, let's convert it, let's put noise mitigation, etc. We saw at that Tanager Park that the freestanding court without lights to enhance the amount of time that people are there, to inhibit the amount of time that people are there, seemed to be the kind of option that was less expensive than what might be with a full lit, fenced set of courts. Something to look at quite carefully. For $275,000, they did multiple improvements of that park of other types in addition to the conversion of an old basketball court to the pickleball court. So we appreciate that this is not immediately about to happen. Please look at it in that kind of framework, that with the right kind of relatively modest investment into sustaining and kind of nourishing both these sports in our facilities, we can create more enjoyment and happiness and a kind of a better working approach to all of these new potential directions that we may go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who didn't turn in a card that has any comments?
Mark, do you have any final thoughts?
No.
I'll take it, no.
No, my question is, is anybody doing anything on your suggestion to do a more thorough parks utilization study? Is that something before the Parks and Rec, Parks and Facilities Committee?
I mean, Joe had done some initial research, and the cost of a park consultant was, I don't know if you had a.
It was out of reach, yes.
Can you just share, I mean, this is the.
I don't have it in front of you, but I did make contact with 3 of them, and we're talking $10,000 plus at least.
How much again?
10,000.
Doesn't seem, I mean, if we're talking about
at least
where we go over the next 10 years, that doesn't seem like an outrageous amount to me.
Right.
I'd rather it be 5,000, but, you know.
Right.
But, I mean, it seems that's something that should at least come before the board to discuss.
Yeah, I thought it was, the dollar amount you mentioned was a lot more than that.
It's a lot more than that, but I mean, yeah.
I think you should bring
It all
back,
depends how depth of the study. I mean, we have 2 parks here. I've been in this business for a long time. We could do this on our own. I mean, just with a committee, because we know the usage, and we know the impact, and we know the history. But we can hire somebody and do it, but it's gonna cost us a lot more money. I mean, it all depends how in-depth you go. Do you get into infrastructure, and you get into, you know, all the nitty-gritty of what it might cost 10 years from now to replace all the irrigation and the plumbing and that type of thing? That's when you get into a facility study or a park use, master plan study. So,
I mean, I think it would be beneficial to have some sort of quote come back, and if somebody could, maybe you could bring in a consultant to come speak to to our committee, that would be advantageous.
good, okay.
Thank you. Director DeMarco?
No, I mean, it's, I appreciate all the letters that were sent. I think, I don't know, just reading the letters opposed to pickleball, in those letters, they point out a much, much more impactful, situation, and that's the situation of softball. But, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's just odd, or I just don't understand that the giant impact for Rossmoor Park is softball, but we don't have this type of pushback for softball at our meetings. We have this type of pushback for, wanting 3 or 4 courts for people that also want to play pickleball. So it's just, I appreciate everybody's letter, and I did read them all. And they were very good letters, and the points were made, and we're listening to them. As a board, we're slowing down and getting information, but I don't know. My opinion is $250,000 to $500,000. Or again, I certainly can follow the activity Rush versus Rossmoor. I just, the data is going to, hopefully we'll get to the data where the usage of the courts, because I drive by the courts a lot, and again, it's in the evening, and they're not being used that much. And with the tennis pro leaving, can we do something temporary if we mitigate? So I'm having this open mind. All I know is there's a lot of people that want to play pickleball in Rossmoor, okay? And again, I'm not putting down the tennis players. There's a lot of people that want to play pickleball here, and it's a fun new sport. And do we have to spend $500,000 to play pickleball? And maybe we do, but I don't think that's probably a 10-year plan. But I don't think we're gonna find the funds to do that. But so that's where I stand. We'll slow it down, and we'll hopefully come to a decision. And even if that decision ain't right, at least with a temporary one, you can always pull it back. You can always adjust it. But spending $500,000 on a couple pickleball courts, I don't know. That's a lot of cheese. So that's where I'm at. Thanks for all the hard work, and Joe, keep the information coming, and hopefully we can get to a
Sue, can you hold on, please?
a compromise between the two, not just right, wrong, but kind of like in the middle. And certainly we can look at this facility here. I wish we had an old basketball court here. In fact, I know that there were several years ago, there were basketball people that wanted a basketball court here, but it's terribly expensive now. I wish it was, wish we had a basketball court built here 25 years ago. So that's where we're at. So everything's fine. Let's continue and have an open discussion. I'm not against anybody. I'm just, there's just a concern or a need or a want. Do we need anything? No, we don't need a, do we need any of these facilities? No, it just makes life nicer to exercise.
We are a Parks and Recreation district. That's what we do. Our raison d'etre is providing parks and recreation.
Sure.
So, I mean, if there really is a demand for the pickleball, then, I mean, obviously, converting one tennis court is at most a temporary, partial solution. So it is something to look at, and if you were going to build a pickleball court, Rossmoor Park may not be the best place to build it. But, I mean, I think we do need to look at all of that, and I completely agree with you that in looking at our long-term utilization, we ought to re-examine the softball use. As I say, all the numbers I've seen are on a trend down, not just here, but nationwide. I mean, more girls are playing baseball.
And again, what I read in the letters, again, when they pointed to softball, and I forget which letter made this, you know, there's a diamond over it here.
Mm-hmm.
So why, I mean, again, and I don't know that contract.
I remember the softball wars, and I'm sure you remember
No,
the softball
I remember them
wars
too, you know, and
We've
I don't
talked
want
about
all the softballers come in that, you know, hey, Tony's against softball. No, I'm just, it brings up, it's rehashing the same thing. We, you know, do the policy on the parks, this board does policy on parks. So it's, every once in a while we have this conversation, you know, we should hash this out respectfully. That's where I'm at.
Sue?
Yeah, do you open this up to the people who are watching on Zoom? Because the USTA representative, Esther Hendershot, would be available to speak. And she would be someone who might have a lot of good information to pass on to us that doesn't cost $7,000 or $10,000. Also,
Well, just for that, I'm looking at a global park. Like, what is our vision, strategic vision for our parks down the road, not just regards to tennis or pickleball. That's what Director Nitty, it's something that I've pushed for besides this topic. This topic gets engulfed into that. But so really, that's what the consultant that we're talking about with. There is a sound and other consultant that we're looking at specifically for pickleball, but in terms of the other, it's a greater, bigger picture of what we want with our parks.
well, that's good to hear, because what I heard the general manager specifically talk about was the money that it would take to have an acoustic engineer help to figure out how much noise mitigation wall you need.
Right.
And I think that's a rush to do, because I still don't think we've figured out which site is the best site.
Well, look, you've shared that before,
And-
and
but what I came
we are
up to
looking
say
at,
is,
what
do
we're
you
looking
open it
at.
up
I'm
to
talking
others
now.
on Zoom?
We're looking at two things, right? We're looking at short-term solutions and long-term solutions. If a long-term solution could be building something here at Rush Park, but we want to have pickleball in our community, then the short term is having it at Rossmoor Park. If it's going to be at Rossmoor Park, then we have to do our due diligence and see what we need to do to mitigate the factors that you guys have raised, rightfully so, as concerns.
So
It might not be the end.
I
It might not
understand.
end up being the right place for a temporary short-term thing while we're doing the long-term, but we have to do both of those to see what makes sense. And one, by the way, has nothing to do with the other. Just because we put in a short-term doesn't mean we're not looking at the long-term if and where and what.
So this answer from the pickleball USPA expert said this: I was contacted by Joe Mendoza asking if I would help promote pickleball at Rossmoor Park. A week was mentioned. I said I'd help him promote it for the first day, like an inauguration day. But since I've had this conversation with Joe, I've learned that there's controversy with having pickleball at Rossmoor Park, and that tennis players do not want to give up a court.
This
for
has been
pickleball.
presented to the board. This specifically has been
It's just two
presented
more
to the board.
sentences.
Can I just interrupt?
But actually, I came up here to just say there's someone on Zoom who would like to speak. Is that available?
What I would ask.
Have her come to our committee meeting.
As the chair of the committee, I would just ask that this person attend the committee, or we can set up a special meeting in committee to do this. And I would like that for whether it's pickleball or tennis association. I want the experts. I mean, that's, we talked about this last week. We want the experts at the committee meetings because we can actually work and discuss it.
Okay,
Yes, I want the experts. So
okay, but not to speak tonight.
I would prefer not tonight.
Okay.
I would rather, if
Okay.
we can all figure out time, yourself and Joe and the experts, and I would love to have that meeting.
Okay.
Because then we can just
Good.
talk back and forth and not have to worry about who talks when. And
Okay.
so, yeah,
perfect.
no, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other?
No, I appreciate everyone's comments, both by email and tonight. And yes, this is very productive, so thank you.
So Joe, do you have enough to go on now?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay. And will you be in touch with Sue Kaplan to see if we can arrange a time that we can all have this meeting?
Sure.
And we could have this meeting with her prior to your getting the sound consultant. So, okay. Great. Thank you, everybody, for that. We are going to move on. I believe we are moving to the consent agenda, consent calendar. Consent items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. We have the minutes of our September 13th, 2022 meeting, as well as our revenue expenditure report. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I regretfully have to ask to remove number 1 from the consent calendar because I wasn't here last month and can't vote on it.
Can't you just, okay, all right. So then we'll take these individually. So do I have a motion to accept the minutes for the RCSD board meeting of September 13th, 2022?
So moved. Second.
All right, any questions, comments? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Abstain.
And 1 abstention. All right, and now the revenue expenditure report. We have a motion to accept the August 22nd revenue and expenditure report.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. No public hearings, no resolutions, no ordinance. We now have item H1, the report of the audit committee. Mr. Mendoza.
Yes, thank you, President Ripp, and members of the board. Before you tonight, we have our annual audit report. I believe you all have one, and I want to just give you a brief summary. We met with the auditor, Brad Welleber from Rogers, Anderson, Melody, and Scott, and our accountant, Ken Poon. I'd like to thank both of them for patiently putting this report together and working through just getting information and communication with one another. Ken's staff did an outstanding job of finding the correspondence that needed to go into this report, and Brad and his staff analyzed it very well. We did get an outstanding report, and we did have a meeting to go over it, and I believe Director Rips was part of that committee meeting. Director Barkey had to abstain since he couldn't be there due to other obligations. So with that, I would like to introduce Brad Welleber. He's on Zoom, and I believe Ken Boone has stayed around tonight. I appreciate that, to also give his input. And there's a summary in front of you, and Brad will walk us through it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Brad?
Great. Thank you very much, Joe. Mic check is okay?
Perfect.
Great. Thank you.
Is there any way to get him visibly on the screen, or? No? Okay.
No video? Okay. Well, good evening, members of the board. It's nice to be with you this evening, and we have completed our audit of the district's financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. And as Joe just mentioned, we met on October 5 with the audit committee, and that was Director Searles that was in that committee. And during that meeting, we went thoroughly through the entire financial statements and audit report page by page, explaining in more detail, answering questions, and so forth, resolving that. And now we have our audit report to present to you. So this audit report that you're receiving includes our independent auditor's report at the beginning of the financial statements, and it is what we call an unmodified opinion. This is the highest level of assurance that you can receive for financial statements. This is a good thing for the district. It is the same opinion that you received in the previous year, and the financial statements do present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the district.
Just so you know, you're now on video too.
Great, thank you very much. Nice to be with you virtually here. So I'm not going to go through any of the details on the statements because we've already covered that in the audit committee. Unless there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer that. But like I mentioned, we did issue the unmodified opinion on the financial report. We also issued a letter in communication to the board, and that is a summary of the other qualitative elements of our audit. That includes that we did not have any disagreements with management, that there are no uncorrected misstatements, and that everything was proceeded as well as it could be during the audit. We did also issue a report on internal control, and that report does have two findings that we have presented for management, and that is those are listed as at the end of the report. Grab it here as finding number 1 and number 2. And those, number 1 was over the bank reconciliation process, and number 2 was over the refundable deposits reconciliation. We discussed in the audit committee the details of where these findings came from and the nature of it. To just as a general update to the board as a whole, these are primarily a result of the older accounting system that you had that makes these processes very difficult. And these were items that we had discussed in the previous year. And the district did move forward and implement a new accounting system that is anticipated to help to resolve these matters. But we are auditing for the whole 12 months ended June 30, 22. And so these were issues that did happen during that time frame. These are more, they're not listed as a material weakness because we did not see that these led to any misstatements in the financial statements, but they're just matters of an operational nature that is to be addressed by management, and management has already addressed these items. And I did hear earlier in the session, there was a discussion briefly that we had, well, you mentioned it briefly, but we had a more in-depth discussion during the audit committee meeting about the reserves. And where Director Searles was mentioning that was on page 6 of the financial statements. And this shows the district's fund balance as of June 30, 2022, and that is 1.4 million. And that's listed at the bottom of page 6. And if you look on page 8, you'll see the total expenditures of the district for the fiscal year were just under 1.9 million. So just to give you a perspective of that, that 1.4 million represents about 75% of your annual expenditures in the district. So because the primary funding source for the district is property taxes and special assessments, which you can see on the top of page 8, those come at very specific times of the year. It's not evenly 12 months of the year. So you get a bulk of it in spring and then a bulk of it in the fall. So approximately half of the year, you're not getting any taxes or special assessments, approximately between April and November. If you were to divide your total expenditures in half, then that's potentially the time where you need your reserves to float the expenses during that time. If expenses were even throughout that 12 months, then you would need that. So every governmental entity sets their own reserve policy based on the nature of that entity, and yours is no different. That you would have to look at the circumstances surrounding it. In your case, just as a very broad observation, you need to have at least 6 months of reserves in place to cover that time frame between April and November of when the property tax revenue comes in, which means you would need about 50% of the annual operating expenditures, so just under $1 million there, and you have 1.4 million. So you're at about 75%, And I'm not saying this is the number you need to be, but you need to be somewhere north of 50%, because that's the time frame that you would need to cover that period. So what that means is that when you're taking on large capital projects like you've been discussing tonight, if you do in the future, you do have to consider that cash flow timing, that not all of that 1.4 million is available for expenditures for big projects, because you have your ongoing operations. So you would likely be looking into financing such a large project. And that's all I have for the presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if Director Searles wants to add anything based on our meeting.
Yeah, Brad, could you just take a moment to discuss, what you saw from last year to this year in the audit process?
So the main difference as far as financial performance was the grants that were attained. And then as far as the actual audit process and what was different is there was a switch that was now the entire year was under contract, where before you had some work that was done by internal staff, and then now you had it done by contract staff. And that you also underwent system implementation, which those are always very challenging. And the district was using a very old accounting system called fund balance that didn't always act very well. It was old. The reconciliation process was you had to do manually because it didn't support that. So your consultant helped you successfully transition over to that new system. I understand there's still a few things being worked out with integration with the reservation system. RecDesk is the name of that software. So as far as that transition, that's probably some of the more significant things that happened during the year.
Thank you. And as far as the audit committee, wanted to thank Ken Poon, our accountant, for really the transition that took place this past year was significant. And I know in our meeting, the audit committee meeting was so much easier this year than last year, because it was just presented so much quicker. The fund balances were all easy to see, and the transparency. We had a couple items that we discussed, and because everything was in order, we were able to actually address those items quickly, as opposed to just being stuck on numbers and not seeing where they were. The numbers were really easy to see and to explain, and I appreciate that from both Ken and Brad. It was really a very nice meeting. Joe, did you have anything you would like to add?
No, other than, as I mentioned earlier, the cooperation was outstanding, and I know Ken's here. I don't know if I would like to have Ken make a couple of comments. This is his last meeting. We went out to bid. Of course, the board realizes this, and we're going with another firm. And I just want to give Ken thanks for working through a tough year with all the changes we made.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and very nice to working with all of you. One more comment on the reserve, because I know we talked about the operating budget. Highly recommend that you do a reserve study, because right now in our reserve we don't even split it up between operating versus capital. So if there's anything happen and if there's big expenditure that needs to be repaired or maintained, you need to find resources. So that's really helpful for the district to start building up a capital reserve, so that for in case of anything happen to your building and facilities. Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
Any other questions?
I have a couple questions of the auditor. I just want to know a little bit more, and then I'd like to get an update from Joe on the new audit system. But on page 70, the finding regarding significant deficiency in internal control over financial reporting, refunding deposits, reconciliation. I'd like the auditor to tell us a little more about what you actually found and what you think the current situation is.
So what we found was that the deposits were being run through one account, a revenue account, and then when most of the time, those deposits are refunded because people leave the facility in an orderly fashion, and so the deposit is refunded, but then the refund is posted to the liability account. So there should be a matching up of these. So it ended up that the refundable deposits liability account was not in the correct state, but it was just an accounting issue. It wasn't, we did not note any issue with the people that made the deposits not getting their money or it not being done in a correct, timely fashion, but the actual reconciliation through the system didn't line up. So it just required a journal entry to line those two accounts up. And this is probably coming from partly the implementation process into the new system is new, and trying to coordinate these efforts between RecDesk and the Black Mountain software is something that's being fine-tuned right now. So there's a manual bit that's happening there, and there's probably some setup coordination that needs to just happen between these systems and the accountants operating this to make sure that these amounts are lining up. So you take the reservation, you put it into the RecDesk system, but then ultimately cash is collected, which is happening in your accounting system, and these two systems need to talk to each other. It's not unusual for these kind of learning curves or growing pains to happen when you're trying to integrate two different systems from two different manufacturers. We think that's probably what's happened. It was a fairly obvious thing to see, and then to correct. It's just like putting in the process to make it happen on a more seamless basis. I think hopefully that can be done, and that was our recommendation, is just to tackle the accounting angle of this. We didn't notice that there was actually any misappropriation of any of those deposits.
So you think they were accounted for correctly somewhere?
For what we could tell, they were accounted for correctly. They just were not, reconciled properly into the account. So we didn't notice any cases where somebody had placed a deposit and didn't get their refund, or got the wrong refund, or a refund was issued when they didn't make a deposit. We did not notice any of those cases. It's purely a back-end accounting matter.
Do we have a sort of estimate on how much we're talking about here?
About 20,000.
Okay, thank you. And I did want to ask Joe about that same issue, but I wanted to just, while I have you, ask about the significant risks identified on page 72. Take one at a time. Management's override of internal controls over financial reporting. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely, sure. So all audits are currently being performed under a risk-based approach. This is the standard practice in the profession. And a risk-based approach means that an auditor uses judgment by understanding the entity and assessing the internal controls and seeing where is there most likely going to be problems or misstatements or fraud in the audit that they're doing. So the number one way that is basically in essentially every entity as a potential risk is management's override of controls. So a key part of keeping a system accountable and making sure that things are done in a consistent manner is that you put internal controls in place, such, for example, that the person who writes the checks is not the same person who can sign the check. Things, different controls like that. So the risk that is in every audit and is listed here as just a matter of required disclosure here is that management, because of their position, they have the ability to override a control. So just because an internal control is designed well and is, operating effectively does not prevent somebody who's at, the top of the organization or who has that, custody for going in and saying, yes, I know that I shouldn't write the check and sign the check, but because I'm management and I have custody and access to the accounting system, I actually could write the check and sign it myself and therefore override the control that's in place. So one of the ways that you address that is with mitigating controls, such as having the reconciliation process, having, like you were looking at your meeting minutes, the list of revenue and expenditure reports. So, oversight, monitoring are ways that you help to address that. So what we're pointing out in this letter are the two required risks in every audit, because there's always somebody that's in control of the finances, and then revenue recognition. Almost every entity has revenue, and so there's always the potential that it could be misstated by changing the way that it's recognized.
So that's a theoretical risk. Did you observe any actual instances of that happening, of management?
We did not.
Okay. Is there anything you told or put in writing, well, anything you told management or told the audit committee that you haven't put in writing here for the board in terms of discussions or issues or concerns?
No, that's a great question, and that would have also been discussed in the audit committee and probably been in the minutes, but no, the only items that we had a discussion about were also included in writing, those two significant deficiencies that were disclosed.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I just ask Joe, I know it's late, and all the same question. Where are we on the Black Mountain, and what are we doing to resolve the issues that they identified in terms of obviously both the bank reconciliation and irrefundable deposits?
We met with them for a couple hours today, and we have another meeting tomorrow, and our new accountant, Michael Matsumoto, will be involved in that. There was a situation that we think we recognized, that we're not downloading the information in the Black Mountain from Rec Desk. And once we do that on a regular basis, everything should reconcile. So it's on our end that we found out, we think, that if we download at least, every other day or once a week, the information will be, I guess, firsthand instead of waiting a while and maybe going to another month or whatever. So that's where we're finding the discrepancy.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
We're close. I mean, it's just a matter of working out some of these bugs.
So are you still doing reconciliations manually or not at all? Or?
No, we're doing reconciliations manually and in conjunction with both Black Mountain and Rec Desk.
Thank you. That's it.
You agree with that, Ken? Yeah, sorry. I think you probably have some experience from what we discussed.
One of the things that what we are dealing with is the reconciliation of Red Desk revenue versus the cash coming in. We actually significantly improved the internal control over the court revenue coming in because we are no longer receiving cash. The other thing was because of the timing of the monies coming in from the credit card company is not always reconciled to the actual revenue reported on the Red Desk system. So right now we are still trying to figure out the best way to handle it, and so that your next accountant will be able to handle it on the reconciliation. Regarding the bank reconciliation, we already start the reconciliation within the Black Mountain system, so it's now working properly on the bank reconciliation. So we already look at the July one, and then hopefully the August one will be. We already complete July, and I think August is also completed too. So.
Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Just real quick, just a comment. I just want to, this one point, this reserve, and remind the community and commend the boards of the past from, because it used to be, we could use, we made payments on the Wall and Rush Park, and we kind of, because we made the payments, we still collected at different times, kind of like how we collect our taxes. So we were able to use it as cash flow. But we knew that the time was coming when we were going to pay all this off, and we bolstered this reserve over the years. I remember when it was just $500,000. I remember when it was $400,000, and we would keep on adding to it, right, and not spend it with capital improvements. And it's amazing how you know, how large it is, that it's 75% of our expenditures, and that we have 6 months, you know, according to Brad, it's like 700K, you know, is what the threshold would be to use it as, or we would have to borrow the money. And that's, I think, very important for this community to know that we have reserves enough to where if anything would happen, we certainly have 75% a year to pay for our expenses. And it's through really dedication over probably the last 6-7 years of just putting money away and saving it in our reserve. So I just wanted to point out that's a large number. It didn't used to be that large, but.
I remember in 2007, it hit $1 million, and there was some concern after the incorporation measures failed that would make us a target for certain cities who will not be named who might need the money because of pension issues.
Yep.
So we spent some of that down, but we got it down to like 500, and we built it back up again.
Yep. That's exactly right. So that's it. Great job, though. Good report.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate, Brad, all you've done. Ken, thank you as well.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item H2, fee waiver request, Mr. Mendoza.
Did we get a motion to approve, I think?
Oh, do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Receive and file?
It just says report of, but do we need?
Parker, we need a motion to receive and file? So,
Okay, do we have a motion?
sure, I move that we receive and file the audit report.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item H2, fee waiver request. Mr. Mendoza?
Yes. President, members of the board, the Rossmoor Homeowners Association conducted a candidates night town hall here at Rush Park on September 29th. I stand corrected. I believe the report says that they paid fees in the past for use of the facility in 2020. When I did our research and asked our staff, they looked into RecDesk and saw that they had paid, and then subsequently we're finding out that at a later date, the board approved a waiver in 2020, refunding those funds. However, we're here again tonight, and both RHA and us mistakenly looked at our books. They also saw they had paid and said, yeah, we paid in 2020. But then they found out later on that after they did research, they found out that we had refunded the funds. So tonight they're asking for another refund. The facility rental fee incurred was $420. And a deposit fee was waived, and we did provide some assistance by setting up and tearing down the facility. So this was kind of a cooperative effort with RHA in putting on this program. I did talk to our attorney, Tarquin Preziosi, as we did in 2020, and he might have an opinion on this, and I think you need to weigh both sides before you make a decision. And I'll let Tarquin, would you please give your opinion on whether a fee waiver is warranted or can be used?
Members of the board. Can you pull the microphone really close to yours?
Better?
Yes.
Much, thank you.
Thank you. So the district's policy, in essence, although it doesn't say so directly, it is designed to avoid a gift of public funds. Because under district policy, it has to be a nonprofit. You have to have evidence of it being a nonprofit, the organization being a nonprofit, and there has to be a public purpose, which is the standard. The standard for avoiding gift of public funds is a finding of public purpose. So in essence, in order to waive the fees, the board would have to find that the RHA is a nonprofit, it qualifies as a nonprofit, and that there is a public purpose for the activity itself.
And in your opinion, do they follow those?
Well, I don't know whether or not they are a nonprofit.
They are.
Okay.
501c4, I believe, or, yeah.
Well, if they meet that test, then it's up to the board to decide whether or not having a candidates forum has a community purpose, a public benefit.
I will,
Yeah,
can I introduce?
it's not tax deductible, but it's a nonprofit.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just asking
Yeah, yeah.
clarification, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so as the director brought this forward last meeting, I'd like to kind of express why I support the waiver. One, it was done in 2020. The candidate town hall forum is the candidates who are on the ballot. It's not an arbitrary invitee list. These are folks who have committed with the registrar of voters. They are official candidates. I think the really important part for this board is if we don't provide this, I think it actually gives a sign that we support our incumbency as opposed to opening it to the community. This board would be better off to be served to say, we make our facility available to someone else who brings, as I said, only candidates who have officially filed to present themselves. I could see a situation where if this board were to say, we make the fee too high because we don't want this candidate forum to take place because it serves one of our already sitting in office directors. And I think by allowing it to be free, it allows the process of democracy to go forward without us being in the way. So that's why I support it. I don't see any conflict with the presentation, the nonprofit status. There's no conflict that I can see. As I said, it's official as to who is allowed to attend. We have years of experience of seeing the presentation. It's not, I can't say it's not biased because I don't think any of us can determine what is biased. But it does give, myself as a candidate 2 years ago who was not an incumbent, without that forum, I would not have likely been able to present myself to the community the same. And if I had to, as a candidate, pay extra to be part of a forum, I think that would be a disservice to this community if we were to ask, in any way that people have to promote themselves through the use of our facilities.
I completely agree. I'd add, this is something that the RCSD could not put on itself because of conflict issues. It would be at least the appearance of conflict. And I don't think there's anything that any community organization does in Rossmoor that is that important as this event, which gets people, hundreds of people, the opportunity to come and meet the candidates face to face, listen to them. I had to, because I was out of town, I watched on Zoom. I just think it's a tremendous community benefit. RHA is particularly placed to do this, and the RCSD did not. So it fits right into something that is A, a community benefit, and B, something, a service that is not fully provided for by the district. And I don't buy the gift of public funds argument, frankly. I'm not the district lawyer, but it doesn't, I don't know, concern you at all, Nathan, but it doesn't really sound to me that when this district says, okay, we're going to give a fee waiver for an important community event where everybody is invited to attend and to speak regarding the upcoming election, I can't imagine anything of greater general public benefit. So those are my thoughts.
I know it's late, but I wanted to read something that I prepared because I felt our board was harmed in a way by one of the questions. One of the questions that was asked to all of the candidates, not just the RCSD, but yes. So, yeah, so, and again, I'm not going to vote for it this year because I don't feel they were unbiased in putting this question and harming the current board and the prior boards. So I'm going to read this. Please indulge me. I would like to comment on a question last week at meet the candidates tonight that I feel made some assumptions that are simply not true. And this was the question. Over the years, the issue of Rossmoor Incorporation has come before the community many times. It has always been soundly rejected by the voters. The issue of governance is now being brought back again by a small group within Rossmoor. What is your position regarding Rossmoor Incorporation and the current attempts to expand latent powers of the RCSD to include public safety without first placing such an issue before the community for a formal ballot measure vote? So, an unincorporated community cannot pursue incorporation, become a city, and expand their latent powers. This statement is factually wrong and very misleading. Only a legal district can gain latent powers. An incorporated city has all of these latent powers. No district can gain latent powers without first negotiating with the county and receiving a majority vote from registered voters in the form of a ballot measure. The RCSD has been working on adding latent powers for many years due from its citizens' concerns. It has been well documented at our meetings, and this topic has been on our agenda many times in the past decade. The board for years has felt that seeking latent powers or local control to gain control of our service contracts for trash, policing, and animal control would benefit the community. As an example, with the Sheriff's Department tonight, the board would not benefit from the decision, Rossmoor would. Adding a service contract such as trash would not raise taxes. RCSD cannot raise taxes. It would involve taking over a contract and getting reimbursed for such a payment. Very similar to our street sweeping contract. RCSD board has stated several times in the past that if we could not negotiate a funding source for any additional latent power, we would not assume it. It appears to me that is not a small group within Rossmoor, but a small group in RHA that wishes to silence and misconstrue the facts about what the governing body within Rossmoor intentions are. The RCSD has had a very good relationship with the RHA ever since I came on the board. Only recently this has changed. The RCSD's intentions are to make Rossmoor a safer and more efficient place to live. This small group in RHA seems to want to rile up the community with false narratives like the question at candidates night. I don't understand why they wish to do this. Rather than sharing questions to do with RCSD with the general manager, the RHA went ahead and asked every candidate that night the same confusing question that had false assumptions. What is the purpose of this? It needs to stop. The leadership of RHA should stop trying to divide our community. So, again, I was here. It made it very confusing for anybody that doesn't really know the issue. Incorporation 12 years ago, and what we were trying to do with latent powers. Okay, so it just thrust it on the candidates, and they were noticeably confused because they were confused. Well, wait a minute, incorporation. No, yes, you should have a ballot measure, as if we're not going to do a ballot measure, as if we're trying to railroad our community. So I don't understand why RHA wants to do this.
Is it your understanding that that question was generated by the RHA board? My understanding was all the questions were generated from the public through their outreach. I know I submitted questions.
So, again, I don't know, Mark. When I asked their president, hey, we just picked a question. Okay, so I don't know.
It wasn't their only bad question. The one on reapportionment was utterly confusing too.
But this one struck a nerve to me because it was accusatory, in my opinion, and it could have been more of a open question about local control versus whatever. You could have.
It could have been an unbiased,
yes.
balanced question
yes.
that was more open.
And so my question would be, did they do this deliberately, or oh, this looks like a good question? The powers to be at RHA know what all this means, okay, in my opinion. And I don't see why they continue to poke at this board. That's my opinion. And I'm one that protects this sanctity of this board. This board is very important to our community. And for it to be strong and supportive and, you know, whether it's pickleball or whether it's taking over, you know, a street sweeping contract or the trash contract. And again, I've been in the past very, you know, loud about the trash contract, okay, where, like we're seeing now, our general manager deals with the trash contract, okay, deals with issues, but the county's getting all of that money. The county's getting the money. So it's the same thing with policing. You know, we asked them, that was great to hear $113,000 for someone who writes tickets, right? Is there a way to take over that contract? But again, every time we bring it up, it's like, you know what, you guys are trying to pull a fast one over us. So anyways, thank you for letting me read this. Again, I would, I'm not, I know it's $420. I don't know. I don't, Director Nittickman, I don't disagree that the platform that we give to RHA in this regard is not a good thing for the community. And I do concur with Director Searles that it gives our residents who want to run for this board and all the other ones that are running for state the opportunity of face time for our community. That's all good. But this year, I don't like all the tension that they give our general manager, and I don't like this stuff. To me, I take this as this could be, I believe there was a reason they chose this question, okay? And I also believe that that earlier this year, late last year, when, again, we're trying to make Rossmoor a better place. Again, I'm trying to make Rossmoor a better place. Certainly we can disagree on how to achieve that, but exploring local control through latent powers with a bill from an elected person who wants to also help our community, and starting it that way instead of LAFCO, RHA should have at least had a open sense to, hey, let's talk about this, let's try to understand, instead of jumping right to where, you know, the rash of negativity and the resolution against it, and pretty much turning a lot of the community against this board, which to me there's no positive in doing that.
Yeah, can we just,
I don't want to reopen it.
let's just, I appreciate you
Yep,
sharing
thank you.
your
Thank you,
thoughts
President
and comments.
Thank you.
I just want to, I know you have some comments. If you could just introduce, I know we know you, but if you could introduce yourselves, please.
Carol Churchill, resident of Rossmoor. I'd kind of like to bring it back to the point about waiving the fee. I've been a member of League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan organization, for probably close to 30 years. The League of Women Voters puts on these candidate forums so that they have impartial people asking the questions. And in our city of Signal Hill, the old city where I used to live, our city council opened up their public facilities for free to the entire community, and the League of Women Voters provided the staff in order to provide independent questionnaires. The community was asked to do the exact same thing the Homeowners Association did here. They said, we're taking questions from the community. They solicited them for weeks and weeks, and they presented those questions. They came from the community based upon their input. I think it's more harmful to have an attack on the homeowners association at this meeting and that's what's going to divide the community. When I said during the forum, the board manages property for the benefit of the community. The homeowners association uses that property to provide community services and benefits to all of us together. And it's really important that we work together on this. I would strongly urge you to recognize that the homeowners association is a valid tax-exempt organization. I provided Mr. Mendoza with a copy of their face sheet of their latest tax return that shows the IRS accepts them as a nonprofit organization. They have been granted this waiver in the past. They're providing a very important community service, as Mr. Searles has indicated. They're opening up the entire community so that people can get to know the candidates that would like to represent them and have an opportunity to come up and speak with them. So I'd like to kind of focus back on this issue. I'm sure you're all exhausted and want to go home. But please grant them that exemption. It's a very small thing to do, and it does benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? No, just
Were there any other fees that night, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, there was audiovisual fees that they paid for. That they didn't pay us, they paid the audiovisual service. Pepe Smith.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They paid for audiovisual services through Pepe Smith.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I move to adopt the fee waiver recommendation.
Second.
Are there any additional questions, comments? Okay, I mean, Tony, clearly I hear what you're saying, and I definitely appreciate that, but let's call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Tarquin, did you have something you wanted?
I was just going to reiterate that your motion includes a finding of public benefit, correct? Public purpose.
What did he say?
The motion includes a finding of public benefit, and yes.
Oh, got it. Yes. So,
thank you.
Do you want me to restate my motion? Please. Okay, so I move to adopt the fee waiver request because the candidate night provides a unique public benefit to the entire community.
and it's also nonprofit.
And it's also, yes, a nonprofit, it's also a nonprofit.
And I'll second that.
Okay, second it. And all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 3-1. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on now to general manager items. Mr. Mendoza?
President Ripp,
you have 2
members-
minutes.
Yeah, I have 2 minutes. President Ripp, members of the board, I do have some PowerPoint presentations for you. The first one, I want to just brag about that we were part of the Heroes Appreciation Lunch, and Director Searles did give the opening comments for that luncheon. It was well received. That's us being part of the Los Alamitos Chamber of Commerce, and we also are assisting them with putting on a holiday breakfast here for the chamber early December, I think December 3rd. Great lunch and great time to honor all of the people that serve us in uniform. Coyote sightings, just FYI, there's a coyote up on the screen, and please call animal control when you see one, and they will react and they will come out and do what they can do to either capture the animal or make sure that it gets out of the neighborhood. Bike this school day is tomorrow, and that's going to be at Rossmoor Park and Rush Park at 7:30 a.m. Lee is at Rossmoor and Weaver is at Rush. We do help with that program. We make sure the facility's clean and ready to go, and they have a picnic shelter. We also turn off our water so nobody gets wet early in the morning. Last year, I think it was last year, we had Ginger Chan out here with Channel 7 or 5, and they had, she had called us, said, "I'm coming." I said, "Great, come on." I had no idea she was getting here at 5:30 in the morning, and she set up in the grass and just got soaked. So just little things like that, you know, you try to make sure you double think. Supervisor Doe is here, coming this Thursday, day after tomorrow, October 13th, 6 to 7 p.m. here at Rush Park. He's here to just meet and greet, answer any questions the public may have, and this will be a great time to talk about our services that we're in need of, sheriff and enforcement. Great time to ask him how he can help us. Family Day. The Youth Center, as we talked about, we're trying to enhance some of our programs to the community. The Youth Center is putting on a Family Day with us, Monday, October 17th, 6 to 7:30. Dinner is free, free pizza dinner, and it's just a time to bond and have some games and fun with your child. It's only an hour and a half, and we're just going to have a good time, play some music. Shoot Tackler Kids Night Out on Friday, October 21st. The Youth Center, in conjunction with us again, is putting on a costume contest, prizes and more to be here in the building. They're going to enjoy crafts and probably have some food to, I guess, finger food to enjoy, and the kids are just going to have a good time. Parents will not be involved in this. It's just a kids' night out, and 5 to 12-year-olds. So I want to thank Chris and both Lena and Lume for working on these extra programs just to provide to our community. So that concludes my report. You do have a door hanger at your dais that Mary made up that she'll be putting out, reminding our residents to please help us water their trees.
Great. Thank you so much. Board member items? Mark? Okay, Tony?
Okay.
If it's long, I have to go to the bathroom, so
No,
let me know.
no, it's not going to be long. Let's see. Wait a minute. Where's my notes?
I still might have to go to the bathroom.
Let's see. Joe,
Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
okay. Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Are we going to get the numbers for the schools in Rossmoor?
I'm sorry, I can ask again. Yes, I did ask.
Yeah, okay. So it would just be nice to start times, just to go over all of this, just so
I have started.
Oh, you have not? Okay,
Yeah.
but you know, just the numbers that we used to get, you know.
You're talking about out of district?
Out of district, you know, just, you know, it is pretty tight leaving Rossmoor between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. I can say, you know, Director Searles brought up the parking. It's gotten a little better. There's only maybe one car a day parked there instead of 6. Sometimes there's no cars from that window, that exit window in the morning. But I would like to know that. I would just like to know, we've had that information before. It's, you know, we don't hear too much from the school district. And, you know, we got 4 elementary schools in here. It would be nice to have someone from the school district to chat. So I'd love to have someone here at a meeting or two, and then I would also, and maybe present these numbers to us.
Okay.
I mean, we used to have the superintendent come down and give us those numbers, but that'd be great too if we could get that. So I want to push the farmer's market. We still have farmer's market, right, Joe, every Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so come out to the farmer's market, support our farmer's market. And, you know, I want to thank the commander and the captain for coming tonight. We had a lot of information given to us. I'm happy hearing that we should have more coverage in the future. I'm unhappy that the reasoning why they're sort of paying attention now or bringing this up to levels because there was an incident. So I'm just hopeful we can continue with the heightened, the increased coverage in Rossmoor, but I certainly appreciate the information that Captain Knudsen told us. And did he send you that PowerPoint?
I have it, yes.
You have it? It's a kind of a nice reference because it had a lot of information. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, so also want to thank Commander Benson, Captain Knudsen. I appreciate hearing the idea that the field station here in Rossmoor is going to be more utilized.
Yes.
That was greatly appreciated.
Yes.
I think they gave us some important information about, advocating with Supervisor Doe and Sheriff Barnes for additional resources. I know when Supervisor Doe was here initially, he was not very committed to anything that he could offer us, but I think Thursday is another opportunity for us to get before him and again remind him that we do have needs, and $113,000 for community service officer seems doable when they're splitting time everywhere else. So if that person could be added on, that would be great. There was a correction that I didn't care to interrupt our meeting earlier, but on the monthly traffic safety update, at the bottom it said that we were still waiting to hear back from Officer Musselman regarding the legality of writing citations to patrons riding motorized on the parks. He had said he had gotten permission from his group that issuing those citations was allowed. The other item, actually, Tony, you actually brought it up. The other day during our Parks and Facilities meeting, it was important to me that we start adding any presentations that we have for any of our meetings end up being in the agenda or the minutes or some way recorded. Yes. So, we had that last week at that meeting. We have the presentation from the Sheriff's Department today. Those should go into our minutes packet for this meeting, because otherwise they don't exist from what I can remember. If you watch this video, you're not going to see that presentation possibly. So I think, making sure packets like that are complete would be great. Which leads to my last item, is just for us to discuss or think about going forward is Zoom. And, it continues to be an expense that we have every month, is having our meetings on Zoom, and whether that's necessary. It does provide availability for some people to attend, some people being both residents and some of the guests that we want to present to us. It's a little easier to attend by Zoom. We're looking at Public Works. When we had our traffic meeting, we talked about Public Works. It's off hours. They're not as tempted to show up to our meeting in person, but if we make Zoom available, they might. But we should be looking at how things have changed and whether we want to continue that expense.
How many people showed up on Zoom tonight?
Gentlemen, do you know how many attendees you had on Zoom this evening? 6. Okay, thank you. So that's all. Big picture. I think that's where I was going tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn. Thank everybody for attending here tonight. It was a good discussion, and the board is not going to be moving prematurely or with great pace. That's my understanding on the pickleball matter, and I think that's right. We should take the time to study the issue and do the right thing for the community, or the right things, however long that takes. Other than that, everybody have a safe and enjoyable Halloween, and remember to vote before our next meeting as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. I would like to actually reiterate a thanks to you and Ken and for our audit. It was great, and it's important that we've taken the steps that we had. And, I know you're transitioning out, but the transition that you did for us over the last, 18 months, or I'm not quite sure how long it's been. How many? 2 years. It's been crucial for us And so we just want to thank you very much for everything you've done. I think we're in a really good place to be able to hand it off to the next, and hopefully we'll continue to be successful and efficient and concise in our audit, in our financial practices. So I just wanted to thank you, and Joe, really just kudos. It's great when we get the positive audit reports, so I appreciate that. I know that you and I have had conversations about the open position that we have in your team, and you and I are meeting, I guess, next week to kind of strategize and see what we can do about that, and maybe get a committee meeting going, an organizational committee meeting going to talk about that as well, and some of the contracts that are coming out. But I think the district is doing a lot, and it's great. I want you to have a complete team to make sure that we can do everything that we need to, and you can do everything, and you're being supported, and that we can be, communicating everything that we need to be communicating. So I look forward to that conversation, and whatever I can do or the board can do to help you fill that position. We really want to be able to do that for you. So thank you. It's important. Also, just on a personal note, I'm wearing pink. I wore pink all month in October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. My wife, my mother-in-law, my aunt, all survivors, so it's something that's important to me. So just it is with intent that I do wear pink and during this month. So just want to share that with everybody, and I think that is it. I don't know if your tie is intentional.
It was intentional, yes.
So thank you as well. So that's it for me tonight. Tarquin, do you have any? I think you're next on the agenda. If you have anything, I just don't want to bypass you.
Thank you. I have nothing.
All right, so no general council items, and then we will have a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.